Cut them down, then plant the spike. And sweep the stragglers into the trash.
What?
Anyone feeling generous? Drop in a smoke.
Marked 1. Marked 2. They're blinded with fear. Enemy A. Enemy A.
Еще один.
No peeking! Light planted.
Trevor!
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Дефьюз. Oh. And no problem, nice job.
Their omen may be a nightmare, but I was never scared of the dark.
I'm here to stay.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Concussing! Flash out!
Reloading. No peeking!
Enemy spotted.
Mid.
Reloading.
I'm a cat.
Reloading.
Kia.
One enemy remaining.
You will not kill my allies! Reloading.
30 seconds left.
Light planted. Barrier created.
One enemy remaining.
Three! Last enemy taken out.
别泄气. Now let's turn this around.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
Take control.
Dropping smokes. Reloading.
Blasting!
Light planted.
Wall raised.
Last player standing.
One under a G10. Engine.
They think they're so secure.
Drop
Enemy
in a
mid.
smoke.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Shoot.
My ult's ready.
Flash out!
Our spike is down.
Spike down mid.
No more time.
Enemy spotted A.
Pitiful. My ult's ready.
I got the spike.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Spike planted. My ult is ready. Enemy spotted A.
Trevor!
That's another dead one.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge. Need a drop.
Thank you.
Fight!
Other vandal is around me.
I'll find you.
Enemy spotted mid.
They're dead.
There.
Your duty is not over.
Of course you still need me.
Yes, catch. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
out!
Who's the hunter now? Time to stock back up.
Reloading. Dropping smoke. Reloading.
Enemy spotted me.
I'll find you.
Concussing! Our carrier's dead.
Spike down B.
Blinding! Our carrier's dead.
Here! Catch!
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Last player
Got the
standing.
spike.
Back like I never left!
Last player standing.
Oh, shit, right, all down.
Aye, where to?
Need a drop.
Thank you. Who will heal their healer?
Fire in the hole!
Last
carrier's
player
dead.
standing. Spike down B. Flawless.
You know what we should do? I'll tell you. We should win.
Attention, station centrale, ici Aurélie de l'Observatoire.
Don't let up! Flash out!
Enemy spotted me.
Dropping smokes. Spike planted.
Enemy mid.
Too late.
Spotted.
Clearing out!
One of these.
Last player standing.
To disappoint me.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again. Reloading.
Nowhere to run!
Blasting! Dead.
Enemy
Reloading.
Nightmare, take them! Mark one.
Trevor! Blinding!
One enemy
The
remaining.
angel's dead.
spike planted.
We bring enough body bags?
Make their fear your weapon. Or use a gun, whichever.
They will cower.
Concussing!
Dropping smokes. Reloading. I'll find you. Reloading.
Reloading.
Enemy A.
My ult's ready.
Enemy mid.
Light planted. My ultimate is ready.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Trevor!
Everyone is off, Daisy. No peeking.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
Who needs a buy?
When I sell it and I can buy.
No prisoners.
Concussing! Flash out!
Cool rip.
You will not kill.
Our carrier's dead.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Ah!
Last round before the switch.
We cannot keep our goods after this.
Who needs a
Spend
buy?
all.
Clearing out!
Bring them down.
Reloading.
Trevor! Scatter!
Spike planted.
like I never left!
Hey door.
Your duty is not over! You fought well.
One enemy remaining.
Just going to
Concussing.
Switching sides.
Pry open their minds. Find the weakness.
together.
Out of charges. Forever.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Reloading.
Blinding. Right there.
Your tactics failed. Reloading.
That we are doing very well.
Need a drop. Thank you. Here. Enemy spotted.
Flash out. Concussing.
Spike down mid.
Right there.
Here, catch! Drop in a smoke.
He's true on the mid stairs.
Return to dust.
Last player standing.
Playtime, playtime.
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Oh, you just.
Doubt me again.
I like the way you work, Bridge. Violento. Me gusta.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Blinding.
Spike down A.
Forever. Flash out.
Enemy spotted.
Clearing out.
You will not kill my allies!
Three out!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Ultimate is ready.
GG's.
We can do this. We cannot let them unweave our world.
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you'd think.
I need a drop. Tack, tack. Blinding! Blasting! Concussing!
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Flash out! Quit your tiptoeing. They're all dead. My ult's ready.
Spike spotted A.
Idea, again. Their fear is a track, and the track is fresh. Stay focused.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
I know what must be done.
Need a drop. Thank you. They are mine. Enemies. Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Blinding!
Enemy.
Back like I never left!
Spike planted.
Twinkle stay. Put your
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Spiky one middle.
Enemy spotted B.
GG's.
Change it.
Reloading. Reloading.
Match point.
Stamp out their last breath.
Thanks.
Anyone need anything?
You too.
Spike down B.
Spike spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Bye. Don't get back up.
Defenders win.
DJ,
Now to
I
man
will
what
make
we Reloading.
Bad habits and addiction. For decades, we've been told that unhealthy behaviors, whether it's drug addiction, overeating, or smoking, are primarily a result of moral weakness or lack of self-control. We've internalized the idea that if we just had more discipline, we could overcome any bad habit. However, recent research paints a different picture. When scientists study people who appear to have exceptional self-control, they find that these individuals aren't fundamentally different from those who struggle. The key difference is that people with high self-control are better at structuring their lives in ways that minimize temptation. In essence, they create environments that support their goals, reducing the need for constant willpower battles. This insight is profound. The people with the best self-control are often those who need to use it the least. They're not constantly resisting temptation, they're avoiding it altogether by shaping their environment. This doesn't mean that perseverance and willpower are unimportant. Rather, it suggests that the most effective way to improve these qualities is not by willing ourselves to be more disciplined, but by creating more disciplined environments. To understand why this approach is so powerful, we need to look at how habits are formed and encoded in the brain. Once a habit is established, it becomes a ready-to-use pattern of behavior that can be triggered whenever the relevant situation arises. This encoding is so strong that it can persist for decades, even if the habit isn't practiced. Consider the case of Patty Orwell, a therapist from Austin, Texas. When she was younger, she often smoked while riding horses with a friend. She eventually quit smoking and stopped riding horses. Years later, when she rode a horse again, she suddenly found herself craving a cigarette for the first time in ages. The association between horse riding and smoking was still encoded in her brain, just waiting for the right cue to reactivate it. This persistence of encoded habits explains why many behavior change techniques can backfire. When we expose people to cues associated with their bad habits, we can inadvertently trigger the very behaviors we're trying to stop. For example, shame-based weight loss presentations can stress obese individuals, leading them to turn to their familiar coping mechanism, overeating. Similarly, showing graphic images of damaged lungs to smokers can increase anxiety, driving them to reach for a cigarette to calm down. The power of environmental cues in triggering habits also explains why bad habits can be so persistent and self-reinforcing. They often create a negative feedback loop, what we might call an autocatalytic process. The habit feeds itself. You feel bad, so you eat junk food. Because you eat junk food, you feel bad, you feel sluggish from watching too much TV, so you continue watching because you lack the energy to do anything else. You worry about your health, which makes you anxious, so you smoke to ease the anxiety, which in turn worsens your health and increases your anxiety. It's a downward spiral that can feel impossible to escape. Understanding this dynamic is crucial for anyone looking to break bad habits or establish good ones. It highlights the importance of creating environments that support our goals rather than undermine them. This might mean removing temptations from our immediate surroundings, changing our routines to avoid triggering situations, or intentionally introducing cues that prompt positive behaviors. For instance, if you're trying to eat healthier, simply willing yourself to make better choices isn't enough. You need to reshape your food environment. This could involve removing junk food from your home, pre-preparing healthy meals, or changing your commute to avoid passing your favorite fast food restaurants. By reducing your exposure to unhealthy food cues and increasing healthy ones, you make it easier to stick to your goals without constantly battling temptation. Similarly, if you're aiming to be more productive, relying solely on willpower to ignore distractions is a losing battle. Instead, you might create a dedicated workspace free from the cues that trigger procrastination. This could mean working in a different room from where you relax, using website blockers during work hours, or even wearing specific work clothes that signal to your brain it's time to focus. The principle extends to digital environments as well. In our hyper-connected world, our devices often serve multiple, sometimes conflicting purposes. Your smartphone might be both a vital work tool and your primary source of entertainment. This mixing of contexts can make it challenging to maintain focus or avoid procrastination. One strategy to combat this is to create distinct digital environments for different purposes. For example, you might use your computer solely for work, your tablet for reading, and your phone for communication and social media. By separating these contexts, you create clearer cues for your brain about what behavior is appropriate in each situation. This approach of creating distinct environments for different habits is powerful, but it can be challenging in practice, especially for those living in small spaces or with limited resources. However, even in constrained circumstances, it's possible to create activity zones within a single space. A specific chair might be designated for reading, a particular corner for meditation, or a certain table for focused work. The key is consistency. By repeatedly using these spaces for their designated purposes, you strengthen the association between the environment and the desired behavior. It's worth noting that while changing your environment can be a powerful tool for habit change, it's not a magic solution. Old habits don't disappear, they remain encoded in our brains, waiting for the right cues to reactivate them. This is why people who have quit smoking for years might suddenly crave a cigarette in a high-stress situation, or why someone who has maintained a healthy diet might binge on food during a particularly emotional time. The persistence of these encoded habits underscores the importance of ongoing environmental management. It's not enough to create a supportive environment once we need to continually reinforce it and be mindful of potential triggers. This might mean avoiding certain situations entirely, having strategies in place for when we can't avoid triggers, or regularly reassessing and adjusting our environment as our goals and circumstances change. Moreover, it's crucial to recognize that our environment extends beyond our physical surroundings. Our social connections, daily routines, and even our internal dialogue all form part of the context that shapes our habits. Changing habits often requires addressing these aspects as well. This might involve seeking out new social circles that support our goals, establishing routines that reinforce positive behaviors, or working on our self-talk to create a more supportive internal environment. The implications of this environmental approach to habit change are far-reaching. On a personal level, it offers a more compassionate and effective way to approach self-improvement. Rather than berating ourselves for lack of willpower, we can focus on creating environments that make good habits easier and bad habits harder. This shift in perspective can reduce shame and increase our sense of agency in shaping our behaviors. On a broader scale, this understanding has significant implications for public health and policy. Instead of relying solely on education or willpower-based interventions, we should be focusing on creating environments that naturally promote healthier choices. This could involve urban planning that encourages physical activity, workplace designs that reduce stress and promote well-being, or food policies that make healthy options more accessible and affordable. In conclusion, the secret to self-control and lasting habit change lies not in Herculean feats of willpower, but in the thoughtful design of our environment. By understanding the powerful role that context plays in shaping our behavior, we can create surroundings that naturally guide us towards our goals. This approach doesn't eliminate the need for effort or commitment, but it does make the path of positive change much smoother and more sustainable. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with its myriad distractions and temptations, this environmental perspective on habit formation becomes increasingly valuable. It empowers us to be active architects of our own behavior, shaping our surroundings to support the person we aspire to be. Whether we're trying to break a bad habit, establish a good one, or simply live more intentionally, the key often lies in the world we create around us. By mastering our environment, we can master ourselves. Habits are powerful shapers of our identities and lives. Each action we take, no matter how small, serves as a vote for the type of person we aspire to be. When we finish reading a book, we cast a vote for being someone who values knowledge and literature. When we hit the gym, we're voting for a health-conscious identity. Practicing an instrument is a vote for musicianship. These individual actions may seem insignificant in isolation, but over time they accumulate into compelling evidence of who we are becoming. This perspective on habit formation offers a refreshing take on personal growth. It suggests that meaningful change doesn't necessarily require drastic measures or overnight transformations. Instead, it's the consistent, small habits that can make a profound difference by gradually building up evidence of a new identity. This is the paradox of incremental improvement. What seems like minor progress can actually lead to significant change when viewed through the lens of identity formation. Consider how this plays out in various aspects of life. Each time you put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard, you reinforce your identity as a writer. Every practice session with a musical instrument strengthens your musician identity. Starting a workout, regardless of its intensity or duration, is an affirmation of your athletic self. When you take the time to encourage and support your team members, you're cementing your role as a leader. But the impact of these habits goes beyond just achieving specific outcomes or developing skills. Perhaps more importantly, they teach us to trust ourselves. As we consistently follow through on our intentions, we begin to believe in our ability to accomplish our goals. This growing self-trust is a powerful force that can propel us forward in all areas of life. It's crucial to recognize that this process works both ways. Just as positive habits reinforce desirable identities, negative habits can solidify less desirable ones. Every time we give in to procrastination, for instance, we're casting a vote for being someone who lacks discipline. When we choose unhealthy foods over nutritious options, we're voting for an identity that doesn't prioritize well-being. However, the good news is that perfection isn't necessary. In any election, there are always votes for both sides. The key is to win the majority. This means that occasional slip-ups or bad habits don't negate our progress, as long as we're consistently making choices that align with our desired identity more often than not. This understanding of habit formation as identity shaping leads us to a simple but powerful two-step process for personal transformation. First, we must decide on the type of person we want to become. Then, we prove it to ourselves through small, consistent wins. The first step, deciding who we want to be, is arguably the most challenging. It requires deep introspection and honesty about our values, principles, and aspirations. This applies not just to individuals, but to teams, communities, and even nations. What do we stand for? What principles guide our actions? Who do we aspire to become? For many, these questions can feel overwhelming. It's often easier to focus on specific outcomes we want to achieve: losing weight, reducing anxiety, or increasing our income. While these goals are valid starting points, the key is to work backward from these desired results to the type of person who could achieve them. Who is the kind of person that maintains a healthy weight? Who embodies the calm and centeredness we associate with low anxiety? Who has the skills, mindset, and habits that lead to financial success? This shift in focus from outcome-based thinking to identity-based thinking can be transformative. Instead of fixating on writing a book, we concentrate on becoming the type of person who writes consistently.
بحال انت عندك شي دراري عندك دوك الفرين كتشيق فيهم بعدا كتصيفط ليه كتقول ليه وقبل ما تصيفط ليه كتقول لينا الدرا هو غيدخل الدرا تايق فيه غيدخل ماشي بحال انا كنصيفط البنادم 500,000 مره ما كيدخلش
ما كيقبلش.
Once we've clarified our desired identity,
فين اخويا حبيب
we
هاني
reinforce it through small, consistent actions. These don't need to be grand gestures or dramatic changes. In fact, it's often the seemingly insignificant choices that have the most profound impact over time.
شوف عيط علي خويا سعد الله يرحمه باش بلا ما نطيحو.
Opting for a salad over fast food or spending 10 minutes reading
شو هذاك عيط لي هو.
شنو زعما علاش جات ديك السميه ولا راه تقدر تبدلها قلتي انت تاع مولكون شكون القصيرات القصير.
This process creates a powerful feedback loop. Our habits shape our identity, and our identity influences our habits. As we consistently act in alignment with our identity, we strengthen our belief in identity, which makes it easier to maintain those habits. This virtuous cycle can lead to profound and lasting change. It's important to note that this approach to habit formation and personal growth is not about achieving specific external measures of success. While habits can certainly help us reach goals like earning more money, losing weight, or reducing stress, their true value lies in their ability to shape our identity. They are the means through which we develop and reinforce our deepest beliefs about ourselves. This perspective on habits offers a more holistic and sustainable approach to personal development. Instead of chasing fleeting goals or external validation, we focus on becoming the type of person we aspire to be. This shift in focus can lead to more meaningful and lasting change as our actions become aligned with our core values and desired identity. Moreover, this approach to habit formation acknowledges the fluid nature of identity. We are not fixed entities, but rather dynamic beings capable of growth and change. Our identity is not set in stone, it's a choice we make in every moment through our actions and habits. This realization is empowering, as it puts the power of change squarely in our own hands. The process of identity-based habit formation also highlights the importance of patience and consistency. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of countless small actions and decisions made consistently over time. This understanding can help us stay committed to our goals even when progress seems slow or setbacks occur. Additionally, this approach to personal growth encourages a more compassionate attitude towards ourselves. Instead of berating ourselves for failures or slip-ups, we can view them as part of the natural process of change. As long as we're winning the majority of the time casting more votes for our desired identity than against it, we're moving in the right direction. This perspective on habits and identity formation has implications beyond individual growth. It can be applied to organizational change, community development, and even societal transformation. By focusing on the type of organization, community, or society we want to be, and consistently taking actions that align with that vision, we can create meaningful change on a larger scale. In conclusion, the power of habits lies not just in their ability to help us achieve specific goals, but in their capacity to shape our very identity. By focusing on who we want to become rather than what we want to achieve, we can create more meaningful and lasting change in our lives. Through consistent small actions, we cast votes for our desired identity, gradually becoming the person we aspire to be. This process of continuous self-evolution, guided by our deepest values and aspirations, is the true essence of personal growth and fulfillment. As we align our habits with our desired identity, we not only improve our lives but also contribute to positive change in our communities and the world at large. The human brain is a remarkable organ, constantly adapting and evolving to help us navigate the complexities of life. One of its most fascinating abilities is the formation of habits, automatic behaviors that allow us to function efficiently in our daily lives. Understanding how habits form and why they're so crucial to our success can provide valuable insights into human behavior and personal growth. Let's start by exploring the fundamental nature of habits. At their core, habits are behaviors that have been repeated so frequently that they become automatic. This process of habit formation begins with a period of trial and error, much like the experiences of the cats in Edward Thorndike's famous puzzle box experiments. When we encounter a new situation or challenge, our brain must decide how to respond. Initially, we may feel uncertain, trying different approaches to see what works best. This period is characterized by high neurological activity as our brain carefully analyzes the situation, taking in new information and making conscious decisions about how to act. Through this process of exploration, we occasionally stumble upon a solution that works well, a behavior that solves our problem or provides a reward. Perhaps we discover that going for a run helps alleviate anxiety, or that playing video games after work helps us unwind from a stressful day. These discoveries are pivotal moments in habit formation. Once we experience an unexpected reward, our brain immediately begins to take notice. It starts cataloging the events that preceded the reward, trying to identify the actions that led to this positive outcome. This is the essence of learning. Our brain is constantly seeking to understand cause-effect relationships in our environment. With repeated practice, our brain refines this process. Useless actions fade away, while beneficial behaviors are reinforced. This is how a habit begins to take shape. Over time, what once required conscious effort becomes automatic, a reliable solution to a recurring problem in our environment. As habits form, an interesting neurological shift occurs. The level of brain activity actually decreases. This is because our brain has learned to focus on the cues that predict success and ignore everything else. It creates a mental shortcut. If this situation arises, then perform this action. This cognitive script can be followed automatically whenever the appropriate situation presents itself. This automation is incredibly beneficial from an evolutionary perspective. Habits are, in essence, mental shortcuts learned from experience. They allow us to efficiently solve problems we've encountered before without having to analyze the situation anew each time. This frees up our conscious mind, the bottleneck of the brain, to focus on novel challenges and more complex tasks. The formation of habits follows a consistent pattern that can be broken down into 4 key stages: cue, craving, response, and reward. Understanding this pattern can provide valuable insights into how we can shape our own behavior and build positive habits. The process begins with a cue, a bit of information that predicts a reward. In our ancestral environment, these cues might have signaled the location of food, water, or potential mates. Today, we're more often attuned to cues that predict secondary rewards like money, status, approval, or personal satisfaction. Importantly, these modern pursuits still indirectly improve our odds of survival and reproduction, tapping into our deepest evolutionary motivations. The cue triggers a craving, the motivational force behind every habit. Without some level of motivation or desire, we have no reason to act. What we crave is not the habit itself, but the change in state it delivers. We don't crave smoking a cigarette, we crave the feeling of relief it provides. We don't crave watching TV, we crave the entertainment and relaxation it offers. The response is the actual habit you perform, which can take the form of a thought or an action. Whether a response occurs depends on how motivated you are and how much friction is associated with the behavior. If a particular action requires more physical or mental effort than you're willing to expend, you won't do it. Finally, the reward is the end goal of every habit. We chase rewards because they satisfy our cravings and teach us which actions are worth remembering in the future. The cue is about noticing the reward. The craving is about wanting the reward. The response is about obtaining the reward. In fact, we can understand the entire habit loop as a continuous cycle aimed at reward acquisition. This 4-stage pattern plays out in countless ways in our daily lives, often without our conscious awareness. For instance, consider the habit of checking your phone. The cue might be a notification sound or simply feeling bored. This triggers a craving for distraction or connection. The response is to pick up your phone and check your apps. The reward is the momentary entertainment or social connection you experience. Understanding this pattern can be incredibly empowering. It allows us to dissect our existing habits and intentionally shape new ones. By manipulating the cues in our environment, managing our cravings, simplifying our desired responses, and enhancing the rewards associated with positive behaviors, we can effectively rewire our habits. However, it's crucial to recognize that habit formation is not about achieving perfection. It's about winning the majority of the time. Every action is a vote for the type of person you want to become. You don't need a unanimous vote to win an election, you just need a majority. Therefore, it's okay if you make a mistake or slip up occasionally. The goal is to tally up enough votes for your desired identity over time. This perspective on habit formation offers a more compassionate and realistic approach to personal growth. Instead of beating ourselves up over occasional failures, we can focus on consistently making choices that align with our desired identity more often than not. Moreover, this approach to habit formation acknowledges the fluid nature of identity. We are not fixed entities, but dynamic beings capable of growth and change. Our identity emerges from our habits, and our habits shape our identity in turn. This creates a powerful feedback loop that can lead to profound personal transformation over time. It's worth noting that while habits can be incredibly beneficial, some people worry that too much routine might make life dull or restrict their freedom. However, this concern sets up a false dichotomy between habits and freedom. In reality, good habits create freedom by automating the mundane aspects of life, freeing up mental resources for more important tasks and decisions. Consider financial habits, for instance. Good financial habits like regularly saving a portion of your income or tracking your expenses might seem restrictive in the short term. However, these habits ultimately create more freedom by providing financial stability and options in the long run. Similarly, good health habits might require some discipline initially, but they provide the energy and vitality needed to fully engage in life's experiences. In essence, habits are tools that can be leveraged to create the life we desire. They are not about restricting our choices, but about aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. By thoughtfully cultivating positive habits, we can automate the fundamentals of life, creating the mental space needed for creativity, growth, and the pursuit of our most meaningful goals. It's also important to recognize that habits exist on a spectrum of automaticity. Some habits are so ingrained that they occur completely without conscious thought, while others may require some level of intentionality, especially in their early stages of formation. This spectrum allows for flexibility in how we approach habit formation and modification. Furthermore, habits don't exist in isolation. They are part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. A single keystone habit can trigger a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. For example, developing a regular exercise habit might lead to better eating choices, improved sleep, increased productivity, and enhanced mood. As we deepen our understanding of habits, we can also appreciate their role in shaping not just individual lives, but entire societies. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and changing societal norms often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. This perspective highlights the profound impact that personal habit change can have on a larger scale. In conclusion, habits are far more than just repetitive behaviors. They are the building blocks of our identities, the shapers of our daily experiences, and the determinants of our long-term outcomes. By understanding the science of habit formation and leveraging this knowledge in our lives, we can take conscious control of our automatic behaviors, aligning them with our deepest values and aspirations. This journey of habit formation and identity shaping is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. Instead, it's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, it's crucial to approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The intricate workings of human behavior have long fascinated scientists, psychologists, and individuals seeking personal growth. At the heart of our daily actions lies a powerful force: habits. These automated behaviors shape our lives in profound ways, often operating below the surface of our conscious awareness. Understanding the mechanics of habit formation can unlock the potential for meaningful personal change and growth. At its core, every habit follows a predictable pattern, a loop that consists of 4 key stages: cue, craving, response, and reward. This habit loop is not just a theoretical construct, but a neurological reality that plays out countless times each day in our lives. The journey of a habit begins with a cue. This is a trigger, a bit of information that predicts a potential reward. In our modern world, cues can take many forms: the ping of a smartphone notification, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, or the sight of your running shoes by the door. These cues are neutral in themselves, but they have the power to set the habit loop in motion. What transforms a simple cue into a catalyst for action is the second stage of the habit loop: craving. This is where things get interesting from a psychological perspective. Contrary to what we might assume, we don't actually crave the habit itself. Rather, we crave the change in state that the habit promises to deliver. For instance, when you see a notification on your phone, you don't crave the act of checking your phone itself. What you truly desire is the potential nugget of information, the connection, or the momentary distraction it might provide. When you smell coffee, you're not longing for the liquid itself, but for the alertness and comfort it represents. This distinction is crucial because it highlights the emotional and psychological underpinnings of our habits. Cravings are highly personal and can vary dramatically from one individual to another. What triggers an intense desire in one person might be entirely insignificant to another. This is why understanding your own cravings is a key step in mastering your habits. The sound of slot machines might ignite an irresistible urge in a habitual gambler, while for others, it's merely background noise. The interpretation of cues, colored by our past experiences, emotions, and current state, is what transforms them into cravings. The third stage of the habit loop is the response. This is the actual habit you perform, which can be a physical action or a mental process. However, a response only occurs if 2 conditions are met: sufficient motivation and the ability to perform the action. If an action requires more effort than you're willing to expend, or if it's beyond your capabilities, the habit loop breaks down at this stage. This insight offers a powerful lever for habit change. By increasing or decreasing the effort required to perform a habit, we can influence whether it occurs. Want to read more? Leave a book on your bedside table. Trying to cut down on social media? Log out of your accounts after each use, adding a small barrier to mindless scrolling. The final stage of the habit loop is the reward. This is the end goal of every habit, the payoff that satisfies the craving and completes the cycle. Rewards serve a dual purpose: they provide immediate gratification and they teach us which actions are worth repeating in the future. The immediate satisfaction of a craving is what makes habits so powerful. When you check your phone and find an interesting message, the brief moment of entertainment or connection reinforces the habit. When you take a sip of coffee and feel that first jolt of caffeine, your brain logs that action as worth repeating. But rewards do more than just satisfy momentary desires. They play a crucial role in the learning process that underlies habit formation. Our brains are essentially reward detectors, constantly scanning our experiences to identify which actions lead to pleasurable outcomes. This feedback mechanism helps us distinguish between useful and useless behaviors, gradually shaping our habits over time. Understanding this 4-stage habit loop provides a framework for analyzing and modifying our behaviors. If any of these 4 components is insufficient, a behavior will fail to become a habit. Without a clear cue, a habit won't start. Without a strong enough craving, there's no motivation to act. If the response is too difficult, it won't be performed. And if the reward fails to satisfy, there's no reason to repeat the behavior. This loop isn't just an occasional occurrence, it's an endless cycle that's running every moment we're alive. Our brains are constantly scanning the environment, predicting outcomes, trying responses, and learning from the results. Most of the time, this process happens so quickly and automatically that we're not even aware of it. We can think of the habit loop as having two distinct phases: the problem phase and the solution phase. The problem phase, which includes the cue and craving, is when we recognize that something needs to change. The solution phase, comprising the response and reward, is when we take action to bring about that change. This perspective illuminates a fundamental truth about human behavior. All of our actions are ultimately driven by the desire to solve problems. Sometimes the problem is that we notice something good and want to obtain it. Other times we're experiencing discomfort and want to alleviate it. In either case, habits form as our brains learn efficient ways to address these recurring situations. Consider some common scenarios. You hear your phone buzz cue, which triggers a desire to know what the message says, craving. You pick up your phone and read the text response, satisfying your curiosity reward. Or perhaps you're working on a challenging project cue and start to feel overwhelmed, craving for relief. You might bite your nails response as a way to relieve stress, reward. These examples illustrate how deeply ingrained habits can become. By the time we reach adulthood, many of our habits are so automatic that we hardly notice them. We don't think about which shoe we tie first in the morning, or the fact that we always turn right when we leave our driveway. These patterns of behavior have become so deeply encoded in our neural pathways that they occur without conscious thought. This automaticity is both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it allows us to navigate much of our daily lives efficiently, freeing up mental resources for more complex tasks. On the other hand, it can lead us to perpetuate behaviors that may not serve us well in the long run. The key to harnessing the power of habits lies in becoming more aware of these automatic processes. By shining a light on the cues that trigger our behaviors, the cravings that drive them, the responses we've learned, and the rewards we receive, we can begin to exert more conscious control over our actions. This doesn't mean we need to eliminate automaticity altogether. That would be exhausting and counterproductive. Instead, the goal is to ensure that our automatic behaviors are aligned with our long-term goals and values. We want to cultivate habits that serve us, not ones that hinder our growth or happiness. Changing habits isn't easy, but understanding the habit loop gives us a roadmap for transformation. We can work on each component of the loop to reshape our behaviors. 1. Cues. We can manage our environment to reduce exposure to cues that trigger undesirable habits and increase exposure to cues that prompt positive behaviors. 2. Cravings. We can reframe our mental associations to link desired behaviors with positive emotions and outcomes. 3. Response. We can make good habits easier to do and bad habits more difficult, tilting the scales in favor of positive behaviors. 4. Rewards. We can engineer immediate rewards for good habits to make them more satisfying in the short term. It's important to note that habit change is not about achieving perfection. It's about consistently making choices that align with the person we want to become. Every action is a vote for the type of person we wish to be. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on our habits, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided. It's also worth considering the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of habit formation offers powerful insights into human behavior and personal growth. By understanding the habit loop of cue, craving, response, and reward, we gain a framework for analyzing and modifying our automatic behaviors. This knowledge empowers us to shape our habits intentionally, aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. The journey of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. It's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, we must approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The power of habit formation lies not just in its ability to automate our behaviors, but in its potential to transform who we are and who we can become. The human mind is a marvel of efficiency, constantly working to streamline our experiences and behaviors. At the heart of this process lies the formation of habits, automatic behaviors that allow us to navigate the complexities of daily life with minimal conscious effort. Understanding the mechanics of habit formation not only provides fascinating insights into human behavior, but also offers powerful tools for personal growth and transformation. The foundation of habit formation rests on a simple yet profound four-step process: cue, craving, response, and reward. This habit loop is the backbone of every habit, from the most trivial to the most impactful. By understanding and manipulating these four components, we gain the ability to shape our behaviors intentionally, cultivating habits that serve our goals and dismantling those that hinder us. Let's delve deeper into each stage of the habit loop and explore how we can leverage this knowledge to create positive change in our lives. The cue is the trigger that initiates a habit. It can be anything in our environment that our brain associates with a particular behavior. The ping of a smartphone notification, the smell of coffee in the morning, or the sight of your running shoes by the door, these are all potential cues that set a habit in motion. Importantly, cues are neutral in themselves. It's our interpretation of them that gives them power. To harness the power of cues, we need to make them obvious for habits we want to cultivate and invisible for those we wish to break. This might involve strategically placing items in our environment to prompt desired behaviors or removing triggers that lead to unwanted actions. For instance, if you want to read more, leaving a book on your bedside table creates a clear cue. Conversely, if you're trying to cut down on social media use, keeping your phone out of sight while working can help reduce the temptation to check it constantly. The craving is the motivational force behind every habit. It's not the habit itself that we crave, but the change in state it promises. When we see a notification on our phone, we don't actually crave the act of checking it, we crave the potential nugget of information or connection it might provide. Understanding this distinction is crucial, because it highlights the emotional and psychological underpinnings of our habits. To make habits more attractive, we can bundle them with activities we already enjoy or reframe them to highlight their benefits. For example, if you struggle to exercise regularly, you might pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast, creating a more appealing package. Alternatively, you could focus on the immediate benefits of exercise, like increased energy and improved mood, rather than distant goals like weight loss. The response is the actual habit you perform. This is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. For a habit to form, the response must be possible. You need to have the ability to do it. This insight offers another lever for habit change. By manipulating the ease or difficulty of a behavior, we can influence whether it becomes a habit. To encourage good habits, we should strive to make them as easy as possible. This might involve breaking them down into smaller, more manageable steps or reducing friction in our environment. For instance, if you want to start a journaling habit, you might leave a notebook and pen on your desk each night, reducing the effort required to begin writing in the morning. Conversely, to break bad habits, we can introduce friction or make them more difficult. If you're trying to cut down on late-night snacking, you might put healthy snacks at eye level in your fridge and store less healthy options in hard-to-reach places. The reward is the end goal of every habit, the payoff that satisfies our craving and teaches us which actions are worth repeating. The most effective rewards are those that provide immediate satisfaction while also aligning with our long-term goals. To reinforce good habits, we need to make them satisfying. This might involve celebrating small wins or tracking our progress visually. For example, marking off days on a calendar when you complete a desired habit can provide a sense of accomplishment and motivation to continue. For breaking bad habits, we can make them unsatisfying by attaching immediate negative consequences. This could be as simple as telling a friend about your goal and agreeing to pay them a small amount each time you slip up. These 4 laws of behavior change make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying, provide a powerful framework for shaping our habits. However, it's important to remember that habit formation is not just about willpower or discipline. It's about creating systems that make good behaviors inevitable and bad behaviors impossible. Consider the story of the paramedic who recognized the signs of an impending heart attack in her father-in-law, despite him feeling fine. This illustrates a fascinating aspect of human cognition, our ability to recognize patterns and make predictions based on subtle cues, often without conscious awareness. Through years of experience, the paramedic had unknowingly developed the ability to recognize the facial patterns associated with heart problems. Her brain had catalogued these cues, creating an automatic response system that allowed her to identify potential issues quickly. This phenomenon isn't unique to medical professionals. Similar stories abound in various fields. Military analysts can distinguish between friendly and enemy aircraft on radar screens based on minute differences. Art curators can spot forgeries that fool even sophisticated tests. Experienced radiologists can predict where a stroke will develop before any obvious signs are visible. These examples highlight the incredible pattern recognition capabilities of the human brain. Our minds are constantly taking in information from our surroundings, analyzing it, and making predictions. With enough repetition, we begin to notice important cues automatically, without conscious thought. This automatic processing is the foundation of every habit we have. It's what allows us to perform complex behaviors without actively thinking about each step. Consider how you don't need to consciously think about each muscle movement involved in driving a car or typing on a keyboard. These actions have become habitual, freeing up mental resources for other tasks. However, this automaticity is a double-edged sword. While it makes many aspects of our lives more efficient, it can also lead us to fall into patterns of behavior that may not serve us well. We might find ourselves reaching for our phones every time we feel a moment of boredom, or automatically grabbing a snack when we pass the kitchen, even if we're not hungry. The key to harnessing the power of habits while avoiding their potential pitfalls lies in becoming more aware of our automatic behaviors. By shining a light on the cues that trigger our habits, the cravings that drive them, the responses we've learned, and the rewards we receive, we can begin to exert more conscious control over our actions. This doesn't mean we need to eliminate automaticity altogether. That would be exhausting and counterproductive. Instead, the goal is to ensure that our automatic behaviors are aligned with our long-term goals and values. We want to cultivate habits that serve us, not ones that hinder our growth or happiness. It's important to note that habit change is not about achieving perfection. It's about consistently making choices that align with the person we want to become. Every action is a vote for the type of person we wish to be. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on our habits, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided. It's also worth considering the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of habit formation offers powerful insights into human behavior and personal growth. By understanding the habit loop of cue, craving, response, and reward, and applying the 4 laws of behavior change, we gain a framework for analyzing and modifying our automatic behaviors. This knowledge empowers us to shape our habits intentionally, aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. The journey of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. It's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, we must approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The power of habit formation lies not just in its ability to automate our behaviors, but in its potential to transform who we are and who we can become. In our fast-paced world, we often find ourselves operating on autopilot, our actions guided by deeply ingrained habits that we may not even be consciously aware of. These habits, whether beneficial or detrimental, shape our daily lives and ultimately determine our long-term outcomes. Understanding and harnessing the power of habits is crucial for personal growth and achieving our goals. Consider the story of a retail clerk who, after a series of transactions involving gift cards, absent-mindedly cut a customer's actual credit card in half. Or the former preschool teacher who, even in her new corporate job, couldn't shake the habit of asking co-workers if they had washed their hands after using the bathroom. These anecdotes illustrate how deeply ingrained our habits can become, often operating below the level of conscious awareness. The power of habits lies in their ability to automate our behaviors, freeing up mental resources for more complex tasks. However, this same automaticity can lead us astray when our habits are misaligned with our goals or values. The key to leveraging habits for personal growth lies in bringing them into our conscious awareness and intentionally shaping them to serve our desired outcomes. One powerful technique for increasing awareness of our habits is inspired by the Japanese railway system's pointing and calling method. This safety system, which involves operators physically pointing at and verbally calling out various checks and procedures, has been shown to reduce errors by up to 85% and cut accidents by 30%. The effectiveness of this method lies in its ability to elevate routine actions from the non-conscious to the conscious level, engaging multiple senses and increasing overall awareness. We can adapt this concept to our personal lives by creating what we might call a habits scorecard. This simple yet powerful exercise involves listing out our daily habits and evaluating each one as positive, negative, or neutral. By doing so, we bring our automatic behaviors into conscious awareness, allowing us to identify areas for improvement and reinforcement. To create your own habits scorecard, start by listing out your daily routines in detail. Include everything from the moment you wake up to the time you go to bed. Once you have a comprehensive list, go through each item and ask yourself, is this a good habit, a bad habit, or a neutral habit? Mark each habit with a or accordingly. It's important to note that the classification of habits as good or bad is somewhat subjective and depends on your personal goals and circumstances. For instance, eating a high-calorie breakfast might be a positive habit for someone trying to gain weight, but a negative one for someone aiming to lose weight. The key is to evaluate each habit in the context of your own aspirations and desired identity. In fact, it might be more accurate to think of habits not as inherently good or bad, but as either effective or ineffective at solving problems and serving our long-term goals. All habits, even those we might label as bad, serve us in some way. That's why we repeat them. The challenge is to identify which habits are truly serving our long-term interests and which are providing short-term benefits at the expense of our broader goals. When evaluating your habits, consider this question: does this behavior help me become the type of person I wish to be? Does this habit cast a vote for or against my desired identity? Habits that align with and reinforce your desired identity are generally positive, while those that conflict with it are typically negative. As you work through your habit scorecard, resist the urge to judge or criticize yourself. The goal at this stage is simply to observe and become aware of your behaviors, not to change them immediately. Approach the exercise with a sense of curiosity, as if you were an impartial observer of your own life. Notice your patterns without attaching emotion or self-judgment to them. This neutral observation is a crucial first step in the process of habit change. By simply becoming aware of our habits, we often naturally begin to adjust our behaviors. It's like shining a light into a dark room. Suddenly we can see what's actually there, and that awareness alone can be transformative. For those who find they need additional support in maintaining this awareness, the pointing and calling method can be adapted for personal use. For example, if you're trying to reduce snacking, you might say out loud, "I'm about to eat this cookie, but I don't need it. Eating it will move me further from my health goals." This verbalization brings the action fully into your conscious awareness, creating a moment of pause that allows you to make a more intentional choice. As you become more aware of your habits, you may start to notice the cues that trigger them. These cues: the ping of a notification, the sight of the TV remote, the smell of coffee, often become so familiar that they fade into the background of our awareness. By bringing these cues back into focus, we gain the power to interrupt the habit loop and potentially reshape our responses. It's worth noting that the process of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. Rather, it's about making consistent, small choices that align with our desired identity and long-term goals. Every action we take is essentially a vote for the type of person we want to become. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of complex systems in our lives, often interconnected in ways we might not immediately recognize. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on becoming more aware of our habits and shaping them intentionally, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided with consistent effort and awareness. It's also important to consider the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. The journey of habit awareness and change is not always easy. It requires us to confront uncomfortable truths about our behaviors and to challenge deeply ingrained patterns. However, the rewards of this process are immense. By bringing our habits into conscious awareness and intentionally shaping them to serve our goals, we gain a powerful tool for personal transformation. Imagine the compound effect of replacing just a few ineffective habits with more beneficial ones. Over time, these small changes can lead to dramatic improvements in our health, productivity, relationships, and overall quality of life. The key is to start small, focus on consistency rather than perfection, and maintain awareness of our behaviors over time. As we become more adept at recognizing and shaping our habits, we may find that this awareness extends beyond individual behaviors to larger patterns in our lives. We might start to notice recurring themes in our relationships, our work, or our emotional responses. This expanded awareness can open up new possibilities for growth and change in all areas of our lives. Furthermore, the skills we develop in habit awareness and modification can be applied to achieving any goal or making any change in our lives. Whether we're aiming to advance in our careers, improve our health, or cultivate better relationships, the ability to intentionally shape our habitual behaviors is a powerful tool. In conclusion, the journey of habit awareness and change is a fundamental aspect of personal growth and self-improvement. By bringing our automatic behaviors into conscious awareness, evaluating their effectiveness, and intentionally shaping them to serve our goals, we gain the power to direct our own evolution. This process requires patience, self-compassion, and consistent effort, but the potential rewards are immense. As we navigate this journey, we're not just changing our routines, we're reshaping our identity and our world. Each small action, each habit we modify, is a step towards becoming the person we aspire to be. In this way, the process of habit change is not just about achieving specific goals, but about continually growing and evolving as individuals. The power of habits lies not just in their ability to automate our behaviors, but in their potential to transform who we are and who we can become. By mastering our habits, we take control of our own destiny, creating the freedom to live life on our own terms and to make a positive impact on the world around us. In the complex tapestry of human behavior, habits play a crucial role in shaping our daily lives and long-term outcomes. Understanding how habits form, persist, and can be changed is essential for personal growth and self-improvement. At the heart of this understanding lies the concept of cue-induced wanting, a phenomenon that explains why breaking bad habits can be so challenging. Cue-induced wanting occurs when an external trigger sparks a compulsive craving to repeat a particular behavior, often a bad habit. This process is constantly at work in our lives, frequently operating below the level of conscious awareness. Research has shown that even incredibly brief exposure to cues associated with addictive behaviors can stimulate the brain's reward pathways and ignite desire. For instance, showing cocaine addicts an image of the drug for just 33 milliseconds too fast for conscious recognition is enough to trigger craving. This insight reveals a fundamental truth about habits. While they can be broken, they are rarely, if ever, completely forgotten. Once the neural pathways associated with a habit are established in the brain, they remain etched there, even if they go unused for extended periods. This persistence of habit-related neural structures explains why resisting temptation through sheer willpower is often an ineffective long-term strategy for behavior change. Maintaining constant vigilance against temptation is exhausting and unsustainable in a world filled with distractions and triggers. While it's possible to overpower temptation in the short term through force of will, this approach is likely to fail over time as our mental resources become depleted. Instead, we must recognize that we are, to a large extent, products of our environment. The contexts in which we live, work, and play exert a powerful influence on our behavior, often more so than our conscious intentions. Given this reality, a more effective approach to eliminating bad habits is to focus on reducing exposure to the cues that trigger them. This strategy involves restructuring our environment to make the stimuli associated with undesirable behaviors less prominent or entirely absent. For example, if smartphone use is interfering with productivity, simply placing the device in another room can significantly reduce the temptation to check it constantly. Similarly, unfollowing social media accounts that provoke feelings of jealousy or inadequacy can help break the cycle of comparison and self-doubt. This approach of environmental modification can be applied to a wide range of habits. Removing a television from the bedroom can curtail excessive late-night viewing. Unsubscribing from tech review newsletters might curb impulsive gadget purchases. Unplugging and storing away gaming consoles after each use can help manage time spent on video games. These simple changes can be surprisingly effective in disrupting ingrained behavior patterns. The power of this method lies in its alignment with the fundamental laws of behavior change. Just as making cues obvious can reinforce positive habits, making them invisible can help extinguish negative ones. By eliminating or reducing the visibility of triggers associated with unwanted behaviors, we can often cause the entire habit to fade away over time. This strategy of environmental optimization represents a more sustainable approach to self-control than relying on willpower alone. Rather than constantly fighting against our desires, we can create contexts that naturally support our goals and values. People who appear to have high levels of self-control often achieve this not through superior willpower, but by structuring their lives to minimize exposure to tempting situations. It's important to recognize that self-control, in the traditional sense of resisting temptation through mental effort, is a limited resource. It may be effective for occasional challenges, but it's not a reliable long-term solution for significant behavior change. Instead of repeatedly summoning the willpower to do the right thing, we're better off investing our energy in creating environments that make good choices easier and bad choices harder. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader aspects of our lives. The people we associate with, the media we consume, the places we frequent, all of these environmental factors shape our behavior in subtle but powerful ways. By consciously designing our surroundings to support our aspirations, we can harness the power of our environment to work for us rather than against us. Understanding the role of cues and environment in habit formation also sheds light on why some people seem to effortlessly maintain positive habits while others struggle. It's not necessarily a matter of inherent discipline or character, but often a reflection of the different contexts in which people live and work. Creating a positive environment is thus not just a personal matter, but also a social and cultural issue. As we consider strategies for cultivating good habits and breaking bad ones, it's helpful to think in terms of 4 fundamental laws: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. These principles can be applied to reinforce positive behaviors or, when inverted, to discourage negative ones. For establishing good habits, the first step is often simply becoming aware of our current patterns of behavior. This can be achieved through practices like maintaining a habit scorecard, where we write down our daily activities and assess their impact on our goals. Once we have this awareness, we can use techniques like implementation intention-specific plans that link a desired behavior to a particular time and place to make good habits more likely to occur. Another powerful tool is habit stacking, where we piggyback a new habit onto an existing one. This leverages the strength of our current routines to establish new behaviors. For example, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 5 minutes. By anchoring the new habit to an established one, we increase the likelihood of follow-through. Making habits attractive is another key principle. This can involve finding ways to associate positive emotions or rewards with the behaviors we want to encourage. Similarly, making habits easy reduces the friction that often prevents us from following through on our intentions. This might involve breaking down larger goals into smaller, more manageable steps or removing obstacles that make good habits more difficult to perform. Finally, making habits satisfying ensures that we feel rewarded for our efforts, increasing the likelihood that we'll repeat the behavior in the future. This can involve creating a sense of progress or achievement, or finding ways to make the process itself more enjoyable. When it comes to breaking bad habits, we can invert these principles. Making cues invisible, as discussed earlier, is a powerful first step. We can also work to make undesirable behaviors less attractive, perhaps by focusing on their negative consequences or finding healthier alternatives that fulfill the same needs. Making bad habits more difficult to perform, for instance, by adding extra steps or inconveniences, can also be effective. And finally, we can strive to make the outcomes of bad habits less satisfying, perhaps by implementing some form of negative consequence or by vividly imagining the long-term effects of the behavior. It's worth noting that the process of habit change is not always linear or straightforward. Our brains are complex systems shaped by evolution to respond to certain stimuli in ways that may no longer serve us well in modern environments. The work of scientists like Nico Tinbergen has revealed how deeply ingrained some of our responses to environmental cues can be. Tinbergen's experiments with herring gulls and greylag geese demonstrated the power of supernormal stimuli, exaggerated versions of natural cues that elicit stronger than normal responses. Baby gulls, for instance, were found to peck more vigorously at cardboard beaks with larger or more numerous red spots than at real gull beaks. Similarly, geese would attempt to roll larger, egg-shaped objects into their nests with greater effort than they would expend on actual eggs. These findings have profound implications for understanding human behavior in modern contexts. Just as the animals in Tinbergen's experiments responded more strongly to exaggerated versions of natural stimuli, humans often find themselves powerfully drawn to supernormal stimuli environment. Junk food, with its heightened flavors and carefully engineered combinations of salt, sugar, and fat, is a prime example of this phenomenon. Our brains, shaped by hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in environments where calories were scarce and hard to come by, are primed to seek out and consume energy-dense foods whenever they're available. In our ancestral past, this drive served us well, helping to ensure survival in uncertain conditions. Today, however, in an environment of abundance, these same instincts can lead us astray, driving overconsumption and contributing to health problems. This mismatch between our evolutionary programming and our current environment extends beyond food to many other aspects of modern life. The instant gratification offered by social media, the immersive experiences provided by video games, the constant stream of novel information available at our fingertips, all of these can be seen as supernormal stimuli that hijack our reward systems in ways our ancestors never had to contend with. Understanding these dynamics can help us approach habit change with greater compassion for ourselves and others. It's not a matter of weak will or moral failing when we struggle with bad habits. We're often fighting against deeply ingrained instincts that served our species well for millennia but may be maladaptive in our current context. At the same time, this understanding empowers us to take more effective action. By recognizing the power of environmental cues and the limitations of willpower, we can focus our efforts on creating contexts that support our goals rather than undermine them. We can design our physical and digital spaces to minimize exposure to tempting stimuli and maximize exposure to cues that trigger positive behaviors. Moreover, we can work to create new, healthier supernormal stimuli that satisfy our innate drives in more beneficial ways. For instance, we might seek out activities that provide the novelty and excitement our brains crave, but in forms that contribute to our well-being rather than detract from it. Engaging hobbies, challenging physical activities, or immersive learning experiences can all provide the kind of stimulation our brains seek, without the negative consequences associated with many modern sources of supernormal stimuli. In conclusion, the journey of habit change is a complex but fascinating one, deeply rooted in our evolutionary history and profoundly influenced by our modern environment. By understanding the mechanisms behind habit formation and persistence, we can develop more effective strategies for personal growth and self-improvement. The key lies not in heroic feats of willpower, but in thoughtful design of our environments and routines to align with our goals and values. Through this approach, we can harness the power of our habits to create lasting positive change in our lives. The intricate relationship between human behavior, habit formation, and the food industry reveals fascinating insights into the nature of desire and consumption in our modern world. At the heart of this relationship lies the powerful influence of dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in motivation, reward, and habit formation. The food science industry has harnessed our biological predispositions to create products that are irresistibly attractive to consumers. By manipulating factors such as texture, flavor, and sensory experience, food scientists have developed techniques to make processed foods exceptionally appealing. The concept of dynamic contrast. In food, the combination of different sensations like crunchiness and creaminess keeps our brains engaged and interested, encouraging continued consumption beyond the point of satiety. This optimization of food products extends to finding the perfect bliss point, a precise balance of salt, sugar, and fat that maximizes palatability and appeal. The result is a category of hyper-palatable foods that effectively hijack our reward systems, leading to overconsumption and potentially contributing to issues like obesity and related health problems. The power of these engineered foods lies in their ability to trigger dopamine release in our brains. Dopamine, once thought to be primarily associated with pleasure, is now understood to play a complex role in motivation, learning, and anticipation of rewards. Crucially, dopamine is released not just when we experience pleasure, but also when we anticipate it. This anticipatory aspect of dopamine release is key to understanding why certain habits, including those related to food consumption, can become so deeply ingrained and difficult to break. The dopamine-driven feedback loop that underlies habit formation extends far beyond food. In our modern society, we are surrounded by highly engineered versions of reality that are more attractive and stimulating than anything our ancestors encountered. From carefully crafted advertisements to the instant gratification of social media likes, these supernormal stimuli exploit our natural inclinations and drive us towards excessive behaviors in shopping, social media use, and various forms of entertainment. The trend towards more concentrated rewards and more enticing stimuli is likely to continue, presenting ever greater challenges to our ability to regulate our behavior and make healthy choices. Junk food, hard liquor, and video games are all examples of how natural rewards have been concentrated and amplified in ways that make them particularly hard to resist. Understanding the role of dopamine in craving and habit formation provides valuable insights for those seeking to change their behavior or break undesirable habits. The key realization is that it's the anticipation of reward, not necessarily the reward itself, that drives much of our behavior. This explains why the excitement of planning a vacation can sometimes exceed the enjoyment of the trip itself, or why the anticipation of a special event can be more thrilling than the event itself. This knowledge can be leveraged to make positive habits more attractive and thus more likely to stick. By finding ways to increase the anticipation of rewards associated with beneficial behaviors, we can harness the power of our dopamine system to work in our favor. Similarly, understanding the role of environmental cues in triggering cravings can help us design our surroundings to support our goals rather than undermine them. The challenge we face is significant. Our brains, evolved in an environment of scarcity, are now confronted with abundance and hyperstimulation at every turn. The very mechanisms that once ensured our survival, like the drive to consume calorie-dense foods, can now lead us astray in a world of plenty. However, by understanding these mechanisms, we gain the power to make informed choices and design strategies to align our behavior with our long-term goals and values. As we navigate this landscape of engineered experiences and supernormal stimuli, it's crucial to maintain awareness of how our environments and choices are shaping our habits. By consciously designing our surroundings and routines to support positive behaviors, we can work with our dopamine systems rather than against them. This might involve creating rewarding rituals around healthy activities, finding ways to make beneficial habits more immediately gratifying, or structuring our environments to minimize exposure to tempting cues. Moreover, this understanding calls for a broader societal conversation about the ethics of designing products and experiences that exploit our psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. In conclusion, the interplay between our ancient reward systems and our modern, engineered environment presents both challenges and opportunities. By deepening our understanding of the dopamine-driven processes underlying habit formation and craving, we equip ourselves with powerful tools for personal growth and societal progress. The key lies in harnessing these insights to create environments and habits that support our well-being, while remaining mindful of the potent forces shaping our desires and behaviors in the modern world. In our modern world, we find ourselves surrounded by an array of products and experiences meticulously designed to captivate our attention and spark our desires. At the forefront of this phenomenon is the food industry, where science and consumer psychology intersect to create irresistible edibles that keep us coming back for more. But this is just the tip of the iceberg in a society increasingly shaped by supernormal stimuli and engineered experiences that exploit our deepest biological drives. The food science industry has elevated the creation of appealing products to an art form, investing millions in research to perfect every aspect of the eating experience. From the satisfying crunch of a potato chip to the fizz of a soda, no detail is too small to escape scrutiny. The concept of aura sensation, how a food feels in your mouth, has become a key focus, with entire departments dedicated to optimizing this sensory experience. Consider the humble French fry, a seemingly simple food that embodies this approach. Its appeal lies in the contrast between its crispy exterior and soft interior, a combination that lights up our pleasure centers with each bite. This principle of dynamic contrast is a powerful tool in the food scientist's arsenal, creating products that offer a variety of sensations in a single item. The gooey cheese atop a crisp pizza crust, or the interplay between a crunchy cookie and its creamy filling, are prime examples of this strategy in action. These techniques serve a singular purpose to keep us engaged and eating long past the point where we might normally feel satisfied. Natural, unprocessed foods tend to become less appealing as we consume them, a phenomenon known as sensory-specific satiety. Your brain gradually loses interest in the repetitive sensations, signaling that it's time to stop eating. However, foods high in dynamic contrast circumvent this natural mechanism, maintaining novelty and interest bite after bite. The ultimate goal of this scientific approach to food design is to find the bliss point, that perfect balance of salt, sugar, and fat that makes a product irresistible to the human palate. This combination triggers a powerful response in our brains, overriding natural satiety signals and encouraging overconsumption. The result is a category of hyperpalatable foods that are incredibly attractive to our reward systems, often leading to overeating and associated health issues. But the implications of this approach extend far beyond the realm of nutrition. The principle at work here, making something more attractive to increase the likelihood of repeated engagement, is a fundamental aspect of habit formation. In essence, the food industry has become adept at creating habit-forming products by exploiting our natural tendencies and biological drives. This phenomenon is not limited to food. Our modern society is replete with examples of engineered experiences designed to be more appealing than anything our ancestors encountered. Retail stores use mannequins with exaggerated features to sell clothing, tapping into our instinctive responses to certain body shapes. Social media platforms have perfected the art of delivering rapid-fire positive reinforcement, providing more likes and praise in a few minutes than we might receive in days of real-world interaction. The world of online entertainment offers perhaps the most striking examples of this trend. Pornography sites present a constant stream of novel, highly stimulating content at a pace impossible to replicate in real life. Video games offer immersive experiences that can be more engaging than many real-world activities. Even advertisements have become highly sophisticated, using ideal lighting, professional makeup, and digital editing to create images that are more attractive than reality. These are all examples of supernormal stimuli, artificial constructs that exaggerate the features we're naturally attracted to, eliciting a stronger response than we would have to natural stimuli. Our instincts, honed over millennia of evolution, are ill-equipped to handle these intensified versions of reality. As a result, we often find ourselves drawn into excessive behaviors, whether it's overeating, compulsive shopping, social media addiction, or other habits that can be detrimental to our well-being. The trend towards more concentrated rewards and more enticing stimuli shows no signs of slowing down. If anything, history suggests that future opportunities for gratification will be even more attractive than those available today. We can see this pattern in the evolution of various products and experiences. Junk food offers a more concentrated form of calories than natural foods. Hard liquor provides a more potent dose of alcohol than beer. Video games present a more immersive and stimulating form of play than traditional board games. This intensification of experience poses a significant challenge to our ability to regulate our behavior and make healthy choices. We find ourselves equipped with brains that evolved in an environment of scarcity, now faced with abundance and hyperstimulation at every turn. The very mechanisms that once ensured our survival, like the drive to consume calorie-dense foods when available, can now lead us astray in a world of plenty. To understand why these engineered experiences are so powerful, we need to delve into the neuroscience of habit formation and craving. At the heart of this process is dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in motivation, reward, and learning. For many years, scientists believed that dopamine was primarily associated with pleasure. However, more recent research has revealed that its role is far more complex and central to a wide range of neurological processes. Dopamine is involved not just in experiencing pleasure, but in motivation, learning and memory, punishment and aversion, and even voluntary movement. The key insight when it comes to habit formation is that dopamine is released not only when we experience a reward, but also when we anticipate one. This anticipatory aspect of dopamine release is crucial to understanding why certain behaviors become habitual and why breaking bad habits can be so challenging. Experiments with animals have provided striking demonstrations of dopamine's power. When researchers blocked dopamine release in rats, the animals lost all motivation, refusing to eat, drink, or engage in any goal-directed behavior. They quite literally lost the will to live. Conversely, when scientists flooded the reward centers of animal brains with dopamine, the subjects engaged in repetitive behaviors at an astonishing rate, such as mice poking their noses into a box hundreds of times per hour in pursuit of a dopamine hit. Human behavior shows similar patterns, albeit in more complex forms. Gambling addicts experience a surge of dopamine just before placing a bet, not after winning. Cocaine users get a dopamine spike at the sight of the drug, before actually consuming it. This anticipatory release of dopamine is what drives us to action, creating the motivation to pursue rewards. This understanding of dopamine's role helps explain why the anticipation of an experience can often be more enjoyable than the experience itself. The excitement of planning a vacation or looking forward to a special event can surpass the actual pleasure of the moment when it arrives. Scientists describe this as the difference between wanting and liking two related but distinct processes in the brain. The implications of this dopamine-driven feedback loop are profound for our understanding of habit formation and behavior change. Every highly habit-forming behavior from drug use to social media browsing is associated with elevated levels of dopamine. Even our most basic habitual behaviors, like eating, drinking, and social interaction, operate on this same principle. Recognizing the power of anticipation in driving behavior provides valuable insights for those seeking to change their habits or cultivate new ones. Rather than relying solely on willpower to resist temptation, we can focus on manipulating our environment and routines to make desirable behaviors more attractive and undesirable ones less so. For instance, if we want to establish a habit of regular exercise, we might focus on creating positive anticipation around the activity. This could involve planning enjoyable routes for runs, choosing workout music that excites us, or rewarding ourselves with a pleasant post-workout ritual. By associating the anticipation of exercise with positive feelings, we can harness our dopamine system to reinforce the habit. Conversely, to break a bad habit, we might focus on reducing the anticipatory pleasure associated with it. This could involve removing cues from our environment that trigger cravings, or consciously focusing on the negative consequences of the behavior rather than its short-term rewards. However, it's important to recognize that we're not just passive recipients of our environment's influences. We have the power to consciously design our surroundings and routines in ways that support our goals. This might involve creating physical spaces that encourage productive behaviors, carefully curating our digital environments to minimize exposure to addictive content, or structuring our daily schedules to prioritize activities that align with our long-term aspirations. Moreover, understanding the role of dopamine and anticipation in driving behavior can help us develop more compassion for ourselves and others when it comes to struggling with bad habits or addictions. Rather than viewing these challenges as simple matters of willpower or moral failing, we can recognize them as the result of powerful neurological processes shaped by both our biology and our environment. This perspective also raises important questions about the ethics of designing products and experiences that exploit these psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. There's a need for broader societal conversations about how we can balance innovation and consumer appeal with ethical considerations and public well-being. In conclusion, the intricate dance between our ancient reward systems and our modern, engineered environment presents both challenges and opportunities. By deepening our understanding of the dopamine-driven processes underlying habit formation and craving, we equip ourselves with powerful tools for personal growth and societal progress. The key lies in harnessing these insights to create environments and habits that support our well-being, while remaining mindful of the potent forces shaping our desires and behaviors in the modern world. As we navigate this landscape of supernormal stimuli and carefully crafted experiences, maintaining awareness of how our choices and surroundings influence our habits becomes crucial. By consciously designing our environments and routines to support positive behaviors, we can work with our dopamine systems rather than against them. This might involve creating rewarding rituals around healthy activities, finding ways to make beneficial habits more immediately gratifying, or structuring our surroundings to minimize exposure to tempting cues. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate all sources of pleasure or to live in denial of our natural drives. Rather, it's to create a balance where we can enjoy the fruits of human ingenuity and progress while maintaining control over our behaviors and staying true to our deeper values and aspirations. By understanding the science behind habit formation and applying these insights thoughtfully, we can cultivate lives rich in meaningful experiences and sustainable pleasures, rather than being driven by the fleeting highs of engineered stimuli. In doing so, we reclaim our agency in a world increasingly designed to push our buttons, charting a course towards greater well-being and fulfillment. The intricate dance between our brains and behavior reveals fascinating insights into the nature of habit formation and the power of anticipation. At the heart of this process lies dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a far more complex role than simply signaling pleasure. Understanding how dopamine functions in our brains can provide valuable tools for shaping our habits and improving our lives. When we first encounter a rewarding experience, our brains release dopamine as we enjoy the novel pleasure. However, as we repeat this experience, our clever brains begin to shift the timing of the dopamine release. Instead of spiking when we receive the reward, dopamine now surges in anticipation immediately after we recognize a cue associated with the pleasurable experience. This shift is the key to habit formation, as it creates a feeling of desire and a craving to take action whenever we encounter the cue. This anticipatory dopamine release explains why the excitement of looking forward to a vacation can sometimes exceed the enjoyment of the trip itself, or why the build-up to a special event often feels more thrilling than the actual moment. Our brains are wired to motivate us through anticipation, pushing us to pursue rewards based on the expectation of pleasure rather than the pleasure itself. Interestingly, once a habit is firmly established, dopamine no longer increases when we experience the expected reward. However, if we encounter a cue and anticipate a reward that doesn't materialize, dopamine levels drop sharply, leading to feelings of disappointment and frustration. This sensitivity to prediction errors helps refine our habits over time, reinforcing behaviors that reliably lead to rewards and discouraging those that don't. The power of anticipation in driving behavior becomes even more apparent when we consider the neural real estate devoted to wanting versus liking. Our brains have significantly more circuitry allocated for desiring rewards than for enjoying them. The wanting centers of the brain are expansive, including regions like the nucleus accumbens ventral tegmental area and portions of the prefrontal cortex. In contrast, the liking centers are much smaller, consisting of scattered hedonic hotspots throughout the brain. This disproportionate allocation of neural resources to wanting over liking underscores the crucial role that desire and anticipation play in motivating our actions. It's not the fleeting moment of pleasure that drives us, but the persistent craving that precedes it. This insight has profound implications for how we approach habit formation and behavior change. Recognizing the power of anticipation, we can employ strategies to make our desired habits more attractive and thus more likely to stick. One such approach is temptation bundling, a clever technique that links an action we want to do with one we need to do. By pairing a necessary but unappealing task with a highly desirable activity, we can leverage our brain's reward system to motivate positive behavior. Consider the story of Ronan Byrne, an engineering student who hacked his stationary bike to only allow Netflix to play while he was pedaling at a certain speed. By bundling the enjoyment of watching his favorite shows with the physical activity he knew he should be doing, Byrne created a powerful incentive for exercise. This ingenious solution not only made his workout more appealing, but also added an element of immediate reward to an otherwise challenging task. Businesses often employ similar strategies on a larger scale. The American broadcasting company ABC masterfully used temptation bundling in promoting their Thursday night television lineup. By encouraging viewers to pair watching their shows with enjoyable activities like drinking wine and eating popcorn, ABC associated their programming with relaxation and indulgence. Over time, this association strengthened, making the habit of tuning in on Thursday nights more attractive to viewers. The effectiveness of temptation bundling is rooted in a psychological principle known as Premack's principle, which states that more probable behaviors will reinforce less probable behaviors. In other words, by linking a desired activity like watching TV with a less appealing but necessary task like exercising, we can condition ourselves to engage in the less enjoyable activity more consistently. This principle can be applied to a wide range of habits. For instance, someone might allow themselves to read gossip magazines only while at the gym, or permit themselves to get a pedicure only while catching up on work emails. The key is to identify activities you genuinely enjoy and use them as rewards for completing necessary but less appealing tasks. To maximize the effectiveness of temptation bundling, it can be combined with habit stacking, another powerful behavior change strategy. Habit stacking involves linking a new habit you want to form with an existing habit you already perform consistently. By creating a formula that pairs a current habit with a needed habit, followed by a wanted habit, you can create a chain of behaviors that reinforces positive change. For example, someone trying to cultivate gratitude and stay informed might adopt the following routine: after I get my morning coffee, I will say one thing I'm grateful for. After I express gratitude, I will read the news. This sequence links an existing habit, getting coffee, with a desired new habit, practicing gratitude, and a rewarding activity, reading the news. The power of this approach lies in its ability to transform necessary but unappealing tasks into gateways to enjoyable activities. Over time, the anticipation of the reward, like checking social media or watching sports highlights, can make the associated necessary task, like doing burpees or making sales calls, more appealing by association. While temptation bundling and habit stacking are powerful tools, it's important to recognize that they are part of a broader principle, making habits more attractive. In our modern world, we are constantly bombarded with supernormal stimuli, exaggerated versions of reality that are more appealing than anything our ancestors encountered. From junk food engineered to hit the perfect bliss point, of salt, sugar, and fat, to social media platforms designed to deliver constant hits of social validation, these stimuli exploit our brain's reward systems in unprecedented ways. Understanding this landscape of engineered experiences allows us to approach habit formation with greater intentionality. While we may not be able to compete with the intensity of these supernormal stimuli, we can use their principles to enhance the appeal of beneficial habits. By thoughtfully designing our environment and routines, we can create our own heightened versions of reality that make positive behaviors more attractive. For instance, we might create a specially designated, comfortable space for reading to make a daily reading habit more appealing. Or we could invest in high-quality exercise equipment and create an energizing playlist to make workouts more enticing. The goal is to enhance the sensory and emotional experience associated with the habit we want to cultivate. It's crucial to remember that the power of anticipation works both ways. Just as we can use it to reinforce positive habits, unchecked anticipation of unhealthy rewards can lead to destructive behavior patterns. This is particularly evident in addictions, where the anticipation of the drug or behavior becomes all-consuming, driving compulsive actions despite negative consequences. Recognizing the role of anticipation in our behavior also highlights the importance of managing our environment. If we're constantly surrounded by cues that trigger cravings for unhealthy behaviors, we're fighting an uphill battle. By thoughtfully curating our physical and digital spaces to minimize exposure to tempting cues and maximize exposure to cues for positive habits, we can set ourselves up for success. Moreover, understanding the dopamine-driven nature of habit formation can help us be more compassionate with ourselves and others when it comes to struggling with bad habits or addictions. Rather than viewing these challenges as simple matters of willpower or moral failing, we can recognize them as the result of powerful neurological processes shaped by both our biology and our environment. This perspective also raises important ethical questions about the design of products and experiences that exploit these psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. There's a need for broader societal conversations about how we can balance innovation and consumer appeal with ethical considerations and public well-being. In conclusion, the science of habit formation reveals that desire, driven by anticipation, is the engine of behavior. By understanding how our brains process rewards and generate cravings, we can develop more effective strategies for cultivating positive habits and breaking negative ones. Techniques like temptation bundling and habit stacking allow us to work with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them, making the process of behavior change more enjoyable and sustainable. As we navigate a world increasingly filled with supernormal stimuli and engineered experiences, maintaining awareness of how our choices and surroundings influence our habits becomes crucial. By consciously designing our environments and routines to support positive behaviors, we can harness the power of anticipation to drive personal growth and well-being. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate all sources of pleasure or to live in denial of our natural drives. Rather, it's to create a balance where we can enjoy the fruits of human ingenuity and progress while maintaining control over our behaviors and staying true to our deeper values and aspirations. By understanding the science behind habit formation and applying these insights thoughtfully, we can cultivate lives rich in meaningful experiences and sustainable pleasures, rather than being driven by the fleeting highs of engineered stimuli. In doing so, we reclaim our agency in a world increasingly designed to push our buttons, charting a course towards greater well-being and fulfillment. The power to shape our habits and thus our lives lies within our grasp. Armed with knowledge of how our brains work and tools to work with our nature rather than against it, we can embark on a journey of continuous self-improvement and personal growth. The power of environment in shaping human behavior is a fascinating and often underappreciated aspect of personal development. This concept is powerfully illustrated by the story of the Polgar sisters, whose extraordinary achievements in chess demonstrate the profound impact that culture and upbringing can have on skill development and habit formation. Laszlo Polgar, a Hungarian educator, held a controversial belief that genius was not innate but could be cultivated through deliberate practice and the development of good habits. He was so convinced of this idea that he set out to prove it with his own children. Laszlo's experiment began even before his children were born, as he sought a wife who would be willing to participate in his unconventional parenting plan. The Polgar household became a carefully crafted environment dedicated to chess excellence. The children were homeschooled, which was unusual in Hungary at the time, allowing for a focused and immersive education. Chess books and pictures of famous players filled the home, creating a constant visual reminder of their goal. The sisters played against each other regularly and competed in high-level tournaments from a young age. Their parents even maintained meticulous records of every competitor the children faced, demonstrating an extraordinary level of commitment to their development. The results of this experiment were nothing short of remarkable. All three Polgar sisters, Susan, Sophia, and Judith, achieved extraordinary success in chess. Susan, the eldest, was defeating adult players within 6 months of learning the game at age 4. Sophia became a world champion by 14 and later a grandmaster. Judith, the youngest, surpassed even her sister's achievements, becoming the youngest grandmaster of all time and holding the title of the world's top-ranked female chess player for an astonishing 27 years. What's particularly intriguing about the Polgar sisters' story is their perspective on their unusual upbringing. Far from viewing their childhood as oppressive or grueling, they describe it as enjoyable and engaging. They loved chess so much that they would even play in secret when they were supposed to be sleeping. This highlights a crucial aspect of habit formation and skill development. When an activity is normalized and celebrated within a culture, it becomes inherently attractive and rewarding. The Polgar sisters' experience exemplifies a broader principle of human behavior. We are profoundly influenced by our social environment. As inherently social creatures, humans have a deep-seated need to belong and fit in with their group. This instinct, which served our ancestors well in tribal societies where isolation could mean death, continues to exert a powerful influence on our behavior today. Our earliest habits are often not chosen but imitated from those around us. We absorb the customs, expectations, and standards of our family, community, and broader society. These social norms act as invisible guides for our behavior, influencing everything from our daily routines to major life decisions. Often we follow these norms without conscious thought or questioning, simply because they feel natural and expected within our cultural context. This tendency to conform to social norms is not inherently negative. In fact, it often doesn't feel like a burden at all, because the desire to belong is so fundamental to human nature. If you grow up in an environment where a particular skill or behavior is highly valued, like chess in the Polgar household, engaging in that activity feels natural and rewarding. Similarly, if you work in a professional environment where everyone dresses in a certain way, you're likely to adopt that style without much resistance. The power of social influence on our habits can be broken down into three main categories: the close, the many, and the powerful. Each of these groups offers opportunities to make our desired habits more attractive and easier to adopt. The influence of close relationships on our habits is particularly strong. We tend to pick up behaviors, attitudes, and even speech patterns from those we spend the most time with. This effect is so pronounced that studies have shown that obesity can spread through social networks, with a person's chances of becoming obese increasing significantly if a close friend becomes obese. The same principle applies to positive habits as well, with weight loss often occurring in pairs within relationships. This proximity effect extends beyond just close friends and family. Our broader social circles, including classmates, co-workers, and community members, also shape our perception of what's normal and attainable. For instance, if you're in an environment where many people are achieving a particular goal like becoming an astronaut or improving their IQ, those achievements start to seem more feasible and attractive. The power of the many, or the influence of broader social norms, is another crucial factor in habit formation. We naturally want to conform to the behaviors that we see as common or popular within our social groups. This is why trends spread so quickly and why certain behaviors can become suddenly popular within specific communities. The influence of the powerful, those we admire or aspire to be like, also plays a significant role in shaping our habits. We often emulate the behaviors of successful individuals in our field or society at large, believing that by adopting their habits, we might achieve similar success. Understanding these influences allows us to be more intentional about shaping our environment to support the habits we want to develop. One of the most effective strategies for building better habits is to immerse ourselves in a culture where the desired behavior is the norm. When we see others regularly engaging in the habits we want to adopt, those behaviors seem more achievable and natural. This principle can be applied across various areas of life. If you want to be more physically active, surrounding yourself with fitness enthusiasts can make regular exercise seem like a normal, expected part of daily life. If you aspire to be more creative, immersing yourself in a community of artists or innovators can normalize the habits of regular practice and experimentation. However, it's important to note that this environmental influence works both ways. Just as positive habits can be reinforced by our social surroundings, negative habits can also be perpetuated or exacerbated by the wrong environment. This is why it's crucial to be mindful of the influences we expose ourselves to and to actively seek out environments that support our goals and values. The story of the Polgar sisters also raises interesting questions about the nature vs. nurture debate in talent development. While their achievements certainly demonstrate the power of focus training and a supportive environment, it's worth considering whether they may have had some innate aptitude for chess that was then nurtured to an extraordinary degree. This nuanced view suggests that while environment and practice are crucial, individual differences in natural abilities may also play a role in ultimate achievement. Moreover, the Polgar experiment prompts us to reflect on the ethics and practicality of such intensive, specialized upbringing. While the sisters report positive feelings about their childhood, such an approach might not be suitable or desirable for every family. It's important to balance the cultivation of specific skills with the need for a well-rounded education and personal development. In our modern, interconnected world, the concept of our environment extends beyond our physical surroundings to include our digital spaces as well. The content we consume online, the social media networks we engage with, and the virtual communities we participate in all contribute to shaping our habits and perceptions of normal behavior. This digital influence adds another layer of complexity to the task of curating a supportive environment for positive habit formation. As we navigate the challenge of developing beneficial habits, it's crucial to approach the process with self-compassion and realistic expectations. Changing ingrained behaviors or adopting new ones is rarely a linear or easy process. It often involves setbacks and requires persistent effort. Understanding the powerful role that our social environment plays in this process can help us be more strategic and patient in our approach to personal growth. Furthermore, recognizing the impact of social influence on our habits can foster greater empathy and understanding for others who may be struggling with behavior change. It highlights the fact that individual willpower, while important, is just one factor in a complex web of influences that shape our actions and choices. In conclusion, the story of the Polgar sisters and the broader principles of social influence in habit formation offer valuable insights for anyone seeking personal growth or behavior change. By consciously shaping our environment, both physical and social, to support our desired habits, we can make the process of change more natural and sustainable. Whether we're trying to excel in a specific skill, adopt healthier lifestyle habits, or simply become better versions of ourselves, understanding and leveraging the power of our social context can be a game changer.
As we strive to improve ourselves and our communities, it's worth reflecting on how we can create cultures that normalize and celebrate positive habits. By doing so, we not only enhance our own lives, but also contribute to a ripple effect of positive change in our broader social circles. The Polgar experiment, while extreme, demonstrates the remarkable potential of human beings when immersed in an environment that consistently reinforces and rewards desired behaviors. Ultimately, the key to lasting behavior change may lie not in Herculean feats of willpower, but in the thoughtful curation of our social environments and the cultivation of communities that support our aspirations. By surrounding ourselves with the right influences and normalizing the habits we wish to adopt, we can harness the natural human inclination to conform and belong in service of our personal and collective growth. The power of social influence on our behavior and habits is profound and often underestimated. We are social creatures, constantly looking to our peers, role models, and cultural norms to guide our actions and shape our identities. This tendency is deeply ingrained in human nature and has played a crucial role in our evolution and survival. One of the most effective ways to cultivate lasting change in our lives is to immerse ourselves in a culture where our desired behavior is already the norm. By surrounding ourselves with people who embody the habits and traits we aspire to, we create an environment that naturally encourages and reinforces positive change. Consider the example of someone trying to improve their fitness. Joining a gym can be intimidating for beginners, as they may feel out of place among seasoned athletes. However, imagine a fitness community tailored specifically for self-proclaimed nerds or misfits. In such an environment, newcomers immediately have something in common with other members, perhaps a shared love for science fiction or video games. This common ground creates a sense of belonging, making the process of adopting new fitness habits feel more natural and less daunting. The power of belonging to a tribe cannot be overstated when it comes to sustaining motivation and embedding new habits. When we join a group that aligns with our interests and goals, our personal journey transforms into a collective one. No longer are we struggling alone. Instead, we become part of a community of like-minded individuals all working towards similar objectives. This shift from I to we has a profound impact on our identity and commitment to change. A solitary reader becomes part of a book club, a lone musician joins a band, and an individual cyclist becomes part of a cycling group. The shared identity reinforces and strengthens our personal identity, making it more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. It's worth noting that maintaining connections with supportive communities even after achieving initial goals is crucial for long-term success. The friendships and sense of belonging fostered within these groups help to cement new identities and ensure that positive habits persist over time. This is why many people who successfully lose weight or quit smoking find it beneficial to continue attending support group meetings or engaging with their communities long after reaching their primary objectives. The influence of group behavior on individual choices is a well-documented phenomenon in psychology. One classic example is the series of conformity experiments conducted by Solomon Asch in the 1950s. These experiments revealed our startling tendency to doubt our own judgment and conform to group opinion, even when the group is clearly incorrect. In Ash's experiments, participants were asked to perform a simple visual task matching the length of a line to one of 3 comparison lines. Unbeknownst to the actual subject, the other participants were confederates of the experimenter, instructed to unanimously give wrong answers on certain trials. The results were striking. Faced with unanimous opposition, many subjects began to doubt their own perception and conform to the group's incorrect judgments. This tendency to conform to group behavior extends far beyond simple perceptual tasks. In our daily lives, we constantly look to others for cues on how to act, what to buy, where to eat, and countless other decisions. We rely on reviews and ratings to guide our choices, assuming that the wisdom of the crowd will lead us to the best options. While this strategy often serves us well, it can also lead us astray. The pressure to conform to group norms can be so strong that it overrides our individual judgment and even our own best interests. This phenomenon isn't unique to humans. Studies have shown that even chimpanzees will abandon more effective techniques in favor of less efficient methods used by their new group members, simply to fit in. The desire to be accepted by our peers is a powerful motivator, often outweighing the desire to be right or to find the truth. This instinct to conform is deeply rooted in our psychology and has likely played a crucial role in our survival as a species. After all, in many situations throughout human history, going against the group could have dire consequences. However, this tendency can also hold us back from positive change, especially when our desired habits conflict with the norms of our current social group. Changing our behavior in ways that challenge the status quo requires significant effort and courage. It means swimming against the current of our culture and risking social disapproval or exclusion. On the flip side, when our desired changes align with the values and behaviors of our social group, change becomes much more attractive and achievable. This is why finding or creating a supportive community can be such a powerful catalyst for personal growth and transformation. Another crucial aspect of social influence is our tendency to imitate those we perceive as powerful or high status. Throughout history, individuals with greater power and status have typically enjoyed better access to resources, faced fewer survival challenges, and been seen as more desirable mates. As a result, we are naturally drawn to behaviors that earn us respect, approval, and admiration from others. This drive for status and recognition explains our fascination with the habits of highly successful people. We eagerly consume content about the daily routines of CEOs, the workout regimens of athletes, and the productivity hacks of top performers in various fields. By emulating these behaviors, we hope to achieve similar levels of success and recognition. Many of our daily habits are, in fact, imitations of people we admire or envy. We might adopt the communication style of a charismatic leader, the creative techniques of an artist we respect, or the financial strategies of a successful entrepreneur. This imitation isn't necessarily conscious. We often absorb and replicate behaviors subconsciously, especially when they're exhibited by people we look up to. The flip side of this status-seeking behavior is our desire to avoid actions that might lower our social standing. We maintain our homes and appearances not just for personal satisfaction, but also to avoid negative judgments from our neighbors, friends, and family. The constant underlying question, "What will others think of me?" shapes many of our decisions and actions, often without us even realizing it. The power of social influence on habit formation and behavior change is perfectly illustrated by the story of the Polgar sisters, chess prodigies who achieved remarkable success through dedicated practice. While their individual efforts were undoubtedly crucial, the supportive culture created by their parents and the broader chess community played a significant role in sustaining their motivation and commitment over many years. The sisters' dedication to chess was reinforced not just by parental encouragement, but also by the respect and admiration they received from the chess world. Achieving milestones like becoming grandmasters provided external validation and status, further cementing their identities as exceptional chess players. But this combination of internal drive and external recognition created a powerful feedback loop that sustained their intense practice regimen for decades. Understanding the profound impact of social influence on our behavior offers valuable insights for anyone seeking to make lasting changes in their life. Rather than relying solely on willpower and individual effort, we can leverage the power of social connections and cultural norms to support our goals. For those looking to adopt new habits or break old ones, finding or creating a supportive community can be transformative. This might involve joining existing groups aligned with our goals, or even starting our own communities centered around shared interests and aspirations. By surrounding ourselves with people who embody the traits and habits we wish to cultivate, we create an environment that naturally encourages and reinforces positive change. It's also worth examining the cultural norms and social influences that shape our current behaviors. Are there aspects of our social environment that are hindering our growth or reinforcing negative habits? Recognizing these influences is the first step towards either changing our environment or developing strategies to resist unhelpful social pressures. At the same time, we should be mindful of our own potential to influence others. As we work towards our goals and adopt positive habits, we may find ourselves becoming role models for those around us. By openly sharing our journeys, struggles, and successes, we can contribute to creating a culture that values growth, resilience, and mutual support. Ultimately, the interplay between individual choice and social influence is complex and multifaceted. While we have the power to make conscious decisions about our behavior, we are also inevitably shaped by the cultural context in which we live. By understanding and harnessing the power of social influence, we can create environments and communities that support our personal growth and help us become the best versions of ourselves. As we navigate the challenges of changing habits and pursuing personal growth, it's crucial to remember that we're not alone in this journey. The very social nature that can sometimes hinder our progress can also be our greatest ally in achieving lasting change. By consciously choosing our social environments, seeking out supportive communities, and being mindful of the cultural forces that shape our behavior, we can harness the power of social influence to drive positive change in our lives and in the world around us. The human tendency to adopt habits that are praised and approved by our culture is a powerful force that shapes our behaviors and identities. This inclination stems from our deep-seated need to belong and fit in with our social groups. Throughout human history, being accepted by the tribe has been crucial for survival, and this evolutionary legacy continues to influence our actions today. We are particularly prone to imitating the habits of three key social groups: the close, our family and friends; the many, our broader community or tribe; and the powerful, those with status and prestige. This pattern of imitation is not arbitrary but serves important social and psychological functions. Our closest relationships, family and friends, have a profound impact on our habits because they are the people we interact with most frequently and whose opinions we value most highly. We often unconsciously adopt the mannerisms, attitudes, and behaviors of those closest to us. This can be both beneficial and detrimental, depending on the nature of those habits. For instance, growing up in a family that prioritizes education and intellectual curiosity can instill lifelong learning habits. Conversely, being surrounded by friends who engage in unhealthy behaviors like excessive drinking can normalize and encourage those habits. The influence of the many, our broader social group or community, is equally significant. Humans are inherently social creatures, and we have a strong drive to conform to the norms of our group. This tendency can be so powerful that it often overrides our individual judgment or preferences. As the saying goes, most days we'd rather be wrong with the crowd than be right by ourselves. This phenomenon explains why certain behaviors or trends can spread rapidly through a community, even when they may not be objectively beneficial. Consider the example of fashion trends. Often, these trends are not particularly comfortable or practical, yet they spread widely because of our desire to fit in and be seen as part of the group. The same principle applies to many other areas of life, from the way we speak to the food we eat and the activities we engage in. The habits of the powerful, those with status and prestige, also exert a strong influence on our behavior. We are naturally drawn to emulate those who have achieved success or prominence in society. This is why celebrity endorsements are so effective in marketing, and why we often see trends start among the elite before trickling down to the broader population. If a behavior can earn us approval, respect, and praise, especially from those we admire or aspire to be like, we find it inherently attractive. Understanding these social dynamics is crucial when trying to build better habits or break detrimental ones. One of the most effective strategies for positive change is to join a culture where your desired behavior is already the norm and where you have something in common with the group. This approach leverages our natural tendency to conform and belong, but channels it towards positive outcomes. For example, if you're trying to adopt a healthier lifestyle, joining a community of health enthusiasts who share your interests can be far more effective than trying to go it alone. Not only does this provide you with role models and support, but it also makes the desired behavior feel more natural and attainable. You're no longer swimming against the tide of your social group, but rather going with the flow of a new, supportive community. This principle extends to various areas of personal development. Want to become more entrepreneurial? Surround yourself with startups and small business owners. Trying to cultivate a meditation practice? Join a mindfulness group. The power of social influence can work in your favor when you consciously choose your environment. However, it's important to recognize that the flip side of this social influence can also hold us back. The normal behavior of the tribe often overpowers the desired behavior of the individual. This can make it extremely challenging to break away from unhealthy or unproductive habits if they are deeply ingrained in our social group. Consider the struggle many people face when trying to quit smoking. If all of your friends smoke and social gatherings revolve around this habit, quitting becomes not just a personal challenge but a social one as well. You're not just fighting against a physical addiction, but also against the fear of social exclusion or the loss of shared experiences with your friends. This is where the power of reframing comes into play. As illustrated by the example of Alan Carr's approach to helping smokers quit, changing the way we perceive a habit can dramatically alter its appeal. By systematically challenging the beliefs and associations we have about a particular behavior, we can reduce its attractiveness and weaken its hold on us. Carr's method involves repeatedly questioning and debunking the perceived benefits of smoking. He encourages smokers to see that they're not actually enjoying cigarettes but rather just feeding an addiction. By reframing smoking as an unattractive and unnecessary behavior, rather than a source of pleasure or stress relief, he helps people break free from the mental trap that keeps them addicted. This approach can be applied to various habits we wish to change. It involves a deep examination of our motivations and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs. For instance, if you're trying to reduce your social media usage, you might reframe it from being a way to stay connected with friends to being a time-wasting activity that actually makes you feel more isolated. By changing the narrative around the habit, you can make it less appealing and easier to resist. Understanding the root of our cravings is another crucial aspect of habit change. Every behavior we engage in is ultimately driven by deeper, underlying motives. These fundamental drives, such as the need to conserve energy, obtain food and water, find love and reproduce, connect with others, win social acceptance, reduce uncertainty, and achieve status, are hardwired into our biology. Our specific habits are simply modern manifestations of these ancient desires. Social media platforms, for example, tap into our need for social connection and approval. Video games fulfill our drive for achievement and status. Fast food satisfies our instinct to consume high-calorie foods for survival. Recognizing this can be empowering because it allows us to see that there are multiple ways to satisfy these underlying motives. If we can identify healthier or more productive ways to meet these basic needs, we can replace harmful habits with beneficial ones. For instance, if you find yourself constantly checking your phone for social media notifications, recognize that this behavior is driven by a need for social connection and validation. Once you understand this, you can explore alternative ways to meet this need, such as scheduling more face-to-face time with friends or engaging in community activities. It's also crucial to understand the role of prediction in our habits. Our brains are constantly making predictions based on past experiences and environmental cues. These predictions shape our behavior in powerful ways. When we encounter a cue, our brain quickly categorizes it based on past experience and determines the appropriate response. This predictive nature of our behavior explains why breaking habits can be so challenging. Once we've formed a strong association between a cue and a response, our brain automatically predicts that this response is the appropriate action. Changing this requires conscious effort to override these automatic predictions and create new associations. Interestingly, it's not the objective reality of events that determines our behavior, but rather how we interpret these events. Two people can encounter the same situation and react in completely different ways based on their past experiences and the predictions their brains make. This is why changing our mindset and the way we interpret situations can be such a powerful tool for habit change. In conclusion, our habits are deeply influenced by our social environment and our innate human drives. By understanding these influences, we can more effectively shape our behavior. Whether we're trying to break a bad habit or cultivate a good one, strategies like joining supportive communities, reframing our perceptions, addressing underlying motives, and consciously changing our predictions can be powerful tools for personal growth. The journey of habit change is not always easy, but it is ultimately about aligning our behaviors with our true desires and values. By leveraging our understanding of social influence, cognitive reframing, and the predictive nature of our brains, we can create lasting positive changes in our lives. Remember, every habit, good or bad, is ultimately our mind's attempt to solve a problem or meet a need. By finding better solutions to these fundamental human needs, we can create a life filled with habits that truly serve us. The human mind is a remarkable prediction machine, constantly analyzing our environment and making split-second decisions based on past experiences and current cues. This predictive nature of our brain plays a crucial role in shaping our habits and behaviors, often without our conscious awareness. Understanding this process can provide valuable insights into how we can effectively change our habits and improve our lives. At the core of our behavior are cravings, those powerful urges that drive us to act in certain ways. But what exactly is a craving? It's not just a simple desire for a specific object or action. Rather, it's a complex interplay of predictions, emotions, and underlying motives that shape our perception of the world and guide our actions. Consider for a moment how you feel right now. Without consciously thinking about it, you're aware of the temperature around you. If it were to drop slightly, you might not notice or react. But if it plummeted 10 degrees, you'd likely feel cold and reach for a sweater. This seemingly simple reaction is actually a sophisticated process of prediction and response. Your brain is constantly monitoring your environment, making predictions about what different changes might mean for your well-being and prompting you to act when it detects a significant discrepancy between your current state and your desired state. This gap between our current experience and our desired experience is the essence of a craving. It's the feeling that something is missing, the urge to change our internal state. When we feel cold, we crave warmth. When we feel lonely, we crave connection. When we feel stressed, we crave relaxation. These cravings are not just random impulses, but signals from our brain telling us that there's a mismatch between our current state and what it predicts would be a more favorable state. Understanding this process can shed light on why we engage in certain behaviors, even when we know they might not be good for us in the long run. Take the example of social media use. When we scroll through our feeds, what we're really seeking isn't just information or entertainment. We're looking for a change in our emotional state, perhaps a feeling of connection, validation, or distraction from our current worries. The act of checking social media has become associated in our minds with these positive changes in our internal state, which is why it can be so compelling and hard to resist. This understanding also reveals why it can be so challenging to break bad habits or form new, beneficial ones. Our habits, both good and bad, are essentially our mind's attempts to address fundamental human needs and desires. These underlying motives are deeply ingrained in our biology and psychology, shaped by millions of years of evolution. They include basic drives like conserving energy, obtaining food and water, finding love and reproducing, connecting with others, winning social acceptance and approval, reducing uncertainty, and achieving status and prestige. Our specific habits are modern-day manifestations of these ancient desires. Social media taps into our need for social connection and approval. Fast food satisfies our instinct to consume high-calorie foods for survival. Video games fulfill our drive for achievement and status. Recognizing this can be empowering because it allows us to see that there are multiple ways to satisfy these underlying motives. If we can identify healthier or more productive ways to meet these basic needs, we can replace harmful habits with beneficial ones. But how do we go about changing our habits, especially when they're so deeply ingrained? One powerful approach is to reframe how we think about the habits we want to cultivate. Often we approach new habits or challenging tasks with a sense of obligation or dread. We tell ourselves we have to do something, which immediately frames it as an unpleasant chore. But what if we changed that single word? What if, instead of saying we have to do something, we said we get to do it? This simple shift in language can have a profound impact on our mindset and motivation. When we say we get to do something, we're reframing it as an opportunity rather than an obligation. We're focusing on the benefits and privileges associated with the action rather than the difficulties or inconveniences. For example, instead of saying I have to wake up early for work, try saying I get to wake up early for work. This subtle change acknowledges the privilege of having a job in a challenging economy. Instead of I have to cook dinner for my family, try I get to cook dinner for my family, recognizing the blessing of having loved ones to care for and the means to provide meals. This reframing technique can be applied to virtually any habit or task you're trying to cultivate. Exercise becomes an opportunity to build strength and improve health, rather than a grueling chore. Saving money becomes a path to future freedom and opportunities, rather than a restrictive limitation. Meditation transforms from a frustrating struggle against distraction into a chance to practice returning to the present moment. The key is to find the positive aspects of the habit or task and focus on those. This doesn't mean ignoring the challenges or difficulties, but rather choosing to emphasize the benefits and opportunities. Both perspectives are typically true. Any given task can be both a challenge and an opportunity. By consciously choosing to focus on the positive aspects, we can make the habit more attractive and easier to maintain. Another powerful technique for changing our relationship with habits is to create positive associations through rituals and cues. Our brains are incredibly adept at forming associations between different stimuli and experiences. We can leverage this ability to make challenging habits more appealing. Consider the example of a writer who always puts on headphones before beginning to write. Initially, they might play music to help them focus. Over time, however, they might find that simply putting on the headphones, even without playing any music, helps them enter a focused state. Without realizing it, they've conditioned their brain to associate the act of putting on headphones with increased concentration and productivity. Athletes often use similar techniques to prepare for competition. A baseball player might have a specific stretching and warm-up routine they perform before each game. While this routine serves a physical purpose in preparing the body for action, it also plays a crucial psychological role. By consistently performing the same actions before each game, the athlete creates a strong mental association between the routine and a competitive, focused mindset. Even on days when they don't feel particularly motivated, going through the routine can help shift their mental state into game mode. We can adapt this principle to create motivation rituals for various aspects of our lives. If you want to cultivate a more positive outlook, for instance, you might create a short routine that you perform each time before doing something you genuinely enjoy. This could be as simple as taking 3 deep breaths and smiling. By consistently pairing this action with a positive experience, you can train your brain to associate the routine with feeling good. Once established, you can use this routine as a tool to shift your emotional state when needed, even in situations unrelated to the original context. This technique of creating positive associations can be particularly powerful when trying to establish new habits or break old ones. For example, if you're trying to develop a regular exercise habit, you might create a pre-workout ritual that includes something you genuinely enjoy, like listening to your favorite upbeat song. Over time, your brain will begin to associate the anticipation of exercise with the positive feelings evoked by the music, making it easier to motivate yourself to work out. It's important to note that while these techniques can be highly effective, they're not magic solutions. Changing deeply ingrained habits and thought patterns takes time, consistency, and patience. It's also crucial to remember that our habits, both good and bad, often serve important functions in our lives. Before trying to eliminate a habit, it's worth examining what need or desire it's fulfilling and considering healthier alternatives that might meet the same underlying motive. Moreover, it's essential to approach habit change with self-compassion and realistic expectations. Setbacks and slip-ups are a normal part of the process. Instead of viewing these as failures, try to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Each time you catch yourself falling into an old pattern, you're actually strengthening your awareness and creating an opportunity to make a different choice next time. In conclusion, understanding the predictive nature of our brain and the role of cravings in our behavior provides powerful insights into how we can shape our habits and, by extension, our lives. By reframing our perspective on challenging tasks, creating positive associations, and addressing our fundamental underlying motives in healthier ways, we can make significant strides in personal growth and development. Remember, every habit, whether it seems positive or negative on the surface, is ultimately our mind's attempt to meet a basic human need or desire. By recognizing this, we can approach habit change not as a battle against our nature, but as a process of aligning our behaviors more closely with our true values and long-term well-being. This perspective allows us to work with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them, making lasting change more achievable and sustainable. As you embark on your journey of habit change, be patient with yourself and celebrate small victories along the way. Each time you make a conscious choice to engage in a beneficial habit or resist an unhelpful one, you're rewiring your brain and moving closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. With persistence, self-reflection, and the right strategies, you have the power to transform your habits and, in turn, transform your life. The journey of personal growth and habit formation is a fascinating exploration of human psychology and neurobiology. At its core, this process is driven by the predictive nature of our brains, which constantly anticipate outcomes based on past experiences and environmental cues. Understanding this mechanism provides valuable insights into how we can effectively shape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. The foundation of any habit, whether beneficial or detrimental, lies in the predictions our brain makes about the outcomes of our actions. These predictions trigger feelings and emotions that drive us to act in certain ways. For instance, the mere sight of a cigarette might evoke a sense of relaxation in a smoker's mind, prompting them to light up. Conversely, the thought of going for a run might elicit feelings of dread in someone who associates exercise with discomfort. These emotional responses, rooted in our brain's predictions, play a crucial role in determining our habitual behaviors. To create lasting change, we must learn to manipulate these predictions and associated feelings. One effective strategy is to highlight the benefits of avoiding harmful habits, thereby making them less attractive. For example, rather than focusing on the immediate pleasure of smoking, one might emphasize the long-term health benefits of quitting, such as improved lung function, reduced risk of cancer, and increased life expectancy. By consistently reinforcing these positive outcomes, we can gradually shift our brain's predictions and make the habit less appealing. Similarly, we can enhance the attractiveness of beneficial habits by associating them with positive feelings. This can be achieved through a technique known as a motivation ritual. The idea is to pair a challenging habit with something you genuinely enjoy. For instance, if you struggle with regular exercise, you might create a ritual of listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook only during workouts. Over time, your brain will begin to associate physical activity with the pleasure of engaging with content you love, making it easier to maintain the habit. Creating good habits and breaking bad ones requires a systematic approach. Let's explore some practical strategies for each aspect of habit formation, organized around 4 fundamental laws: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. To make a habit obvious, start by becoming aware of your current behaviors. This can be done through a simple exercise called the habit scorecard. Take a few minutes to write down all the habits you perform on a typical day, from waking up to going to bed. This process alone can be eye-opening, revealing patterns you might not have noticed before. Next, use implementation intentions to clearly define when and where you'll perform your new habit. Instead of vaguely deciding to exercise more, create a specific plan. I will go for a 20-minute walk at 7 a.m. in my neighborhood. This clarity eliminates ambiguity and reduces the mental effort required to initiate the habit. Habit stacking is another powerful technique to make new behaviors obvious. It involves linking a new habit to an existing one. For example, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 5 minutes. By anchoring the new behavior to an established routine, you create a natural cue for the desired action. Lastly, design your environment to support your goals. Make the cues for good habits visible and accessible. If you want to read more, place books in prominent locations around your home. If you're trying to eat healthier, keep nutritious snacks at eye level in your refrigerator. To make a habit attractive, consider using temptation bundling. This involves pairing an action you want to do with one you need to do. For instance, only allowing yourself to watch your favorite TV show while folding laundry can make a tedious chore more appealing. Another powerful strategy is to surround yourself with a culture where your desired behavior is the norm. If you want to adopt a healthier lifestyle, spend time with health-conscious individuals. Their habits and attitudes will naturally influence your own, making the desired behavior feel more attainable and appealing. Making a habit easy is crucial for long-term success. This often involves reducing friction and minimizing the effort required to perform the desired behavior. For example, if you want to start a gym routine, choose a facility that's on your way home from work, reducing the extra effort required to get there. To break bad habits, we can invert these laws. Make the cues for undesirable behaviors invisible by removing them from your environment. Reframe your mindset to highlight the negative aspects of the habit, making it unattractive. Increase the difficulty of performing the bad habit by adding friction. For instance, if you want to reduce social media usage, log out of all your accounts after each use, making it more cumbersome to access them impulsively. While these strategies provide a solid framework for habit formation, it's crucial to remember that the key to mastering any habit lies in repetition, not perfection. This principle is beautifully illustrated by an experiment conducted with photography students. One group was instructed to focus on quantity, producing as many photos as possible, while the other group was told to strive for a single, perfect image. Surprisingly, the quantity group ended up producing the highest quality work. By engaging in frequent practice and experimentation, they honed their skills more effectively than those who were paralyzed by the pursuit of perfection. This lesson applies broadly to habit formation and skill development. Too often we get caught up in finding the optimal approach, spending excessive time planning and strategizing rather than taking action. While preparation has its place, it's easy to use it as a form of procrastination, avoiding the risk of failure or criticism. The distinction between being in motion and taking action is crucial here. Motion involves planning, strategizing, and learning, all valuable activities, but ones that don't directly produce results. Action, on the other hand, is behavior that delivers an outcome. Writing an outline for an article is motion, actually writing the article is action. Researching diets is motion, eating a healthy meal is action. To make real progress, we need to prioritize action over motion. This doesn't mean abandoning planning altogether, but rather ensuring that our preparation leads to concrete steps forward. The focus should be on getting repetitions in, not on achieving perfection from the outset. This emphasis on repetition is supported by neuroscience. Every time we repeat an action, the neural pathways associated with that behavior are strengthened through a process called long-term potentiation. This phenomenon, often summarized as neurons that fire together, wire together, explains how habits become ingrained over time. Research has shown remarkable physical changes in the brain resulting from repeated behaviors. Musicians, for instance, develop larger cerebellums, a region critical for physical movements. Mathematicians show increased grey matter in areas associated with computation. Even taxi drivers in London were found to have larger hippocampi, a region involved in spatial memory, compared to non-drivers, with the size correlating with their years of experience. These findings highlight the plasticity of our brains and the power of consistent practice. Each repetition of a habit, no matter how small, contributes to physical changes in our neural structure, making the behavior progressively more automatic. Understanding this process can be incredibly empowering. It means that we have the ability to literally reshape our brains through our actions. Every time we choose to perform a desired habit, we're not just completing a task, we're reinforcing neural pathways that make that behavior more natural and effortless in the future. However, it's important to note that habit formation is not a linear process. The often cited idea that it takes exactly 21 days to form a habit is an oversimplification. The reality is that the time required varies greatly depending on the individual and the complexity of the habit. Some simple behaviors might become automatic relatively quickly, while more complex habits can take months or even years to fully ingrain. This variability underscores the importance of patience and persistence in habit formation. Rather than focusing on an arbitrary timeline, it's more productive to concentrate on consistency. Each repetition, regardless of how small, is a step forward in rewiring your brain. Moreover, it's crucial to approach habit formation with self-compassion. Setbacks and occasional lapses are a normal part of the process. Instead of viewing these as failures, try to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Each time you notice yourself slipping into an old pattern, you're actually strengthening your awareness and creating an opportunity to make a different choice next time. Another valuable insight from neuroscience is the concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. This means that it's never too late to change your habits or learn new skills. While it's true that certain periods in life, such as childhood and adolescence, are characterized by greater neural plasticity, our brains retain the ability to change and adapt well into adulthood. This understanding can be particularly encouraging for those who feel stuck in long-standing habits or believe they're too old to change. The brain's plasticity means that with consistent effort and the right strategies, significant personal growth is always possible. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it can be helpful to view the process as an experiment. Approach each new habit with curiosity rather than judgment. What works? What doesn't? How can you tweak your approach to make the habit easier or more enjoyable? This mindset of experimentation can make the process more engaging and less daunting. Remember, too, that small changes can lead to significant results over time. The power of habits lies in their compounding nature. A small improvement of just 1% each day might seem insignificant in the moment, but over the course of a year, it leads to a 37-fold improvement. This principle, often referred to as the aggregation of marginal gains, has been used to great effect in various fields, from sports to business. In conclusion, the journey of habit formation is a fascinating exploration of our brain's capacity for change. By understanding the predictive nature of our minds, leveraging the power of repetition, and employing strategic approaches to make habits obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying, we can effectively reshape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. The key is to focus on consistency over perfection, action over motion, and to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Remember that each repetition of a desired habit, no matter how small, is physically changing your brain, making the behavior more automatic over time. Embrace the journey of personal growth with curiosity and optimism. Your brain is an incredibly adaptable organ, capable of remarkable changes throughout your life. By harnessing this plasticity through deliberate habit formation, you have the power to continuously evolve and become the person you aspire to be. The path may not always be easy or straightforward, but with persistence and the right strategies, lasting change is within your reach. The formation of habits is a fascinating intersection of neuroscience, psychology, and human behavior. At its core, habit formation is about the brain's remarkable ability to optimize our actions for efficiency and ease. This process, while often overlooked in our day-to-day lives, plays a crucial role in shaping our behaviors, abilities, and ultimately our lives. One of the most fundamental principles in habit formation is the power of repetition. Each time we perform an action, we're not just completing a task, we're actually rewiring our brains. This process involves the activation and strengthening of specific neural circuits associated with that particular habit. It's a biological manifestation of the old adage, practice makes perfect. Consider the difference between active practice and passive learning. Imagine two groups of photography students. One group spends their time taking hundreds of photos, experimenting with different techniques and learning from their mistakes. The other group focuses on theoretical perfection, discussing and planning the ideal photograph without actually taking many pictures. It's not hard to guess which group will improve more rapidly and significantly. The group engaging in active practice, through sheer repetition, is literally changing their brains with every shot they take. This principle extends far beyond photography. Whether you're learning to play an instrument, mastering a new language, or trying to incorporate a new exercise routine into your life, the key is consistent repetition. It's not about achieving perfection from the start, but rather about putting in the reps, day after day. As we repeat an action, it gradually moves from requiring conscious effort to becoming automatic. This process, known as automaticity, is the holy grail of habit formation. It's the point at which a behavior becomes so ingrained that we can perform it without actively thinking about each step. Think about how you tie your shoelaces or brush your teeth. These are perfect examples of automaticity in action. The journey from conscious effort to automaticity isn't a sudden leap, but rather a gradual progression. Initially, a new habit requires significant mental energy and focus. With each repetition, it becomes slightly easier, requiring less conscious attention. Eventually, after enough practice, the behavior crosses what we might call the habit line, the point at which it becomes more automatic than conscious. This progression challenges a common misconception about habit formation, the idea that it takes a specific number of days to form a new habit. You've probably heard that it takes 21 days or 30 days to form a habit. In reality, the time it takes is far less important than the number of repetitions. A habit performed twice in 30 days is far less likely to stick than one performed 60 times in the same period. The focus on time rather than frequency is a fundamental misunderstanding of how our brains work. Our neural pathways don't care about the passage of time, they care about the number of times a circuit is activated. This is why consistency is so crucial in habit formation. It's not about perfect streaks or arbitrary timelines, but about accumulating repetitions. Understanding this can be incredibly liberating. It shifts our focus from an often arbitrary deadline to the process itself. Instead of getting discouraged if we haven't mastered a habit in 21 days, we can celebrate each repetition as a step towards rewiring our brains. This insight leads us to a crucial principle in habit formation, the law of least effort. This law, deeply ingrained in human nature, states that when faced with similar options, we will naturally gravitate towards the one that requires the least amount of work. Far from being a character flaw, this tendency towards efficiency is a smart evolutionary strategy. Consider the fascinating example of how the shape of continents influenced the spread of agriculture. Crops spread more quickly across Europe and Asia than they did in the Americas, not because of any difference in the farmers' abilities or motivations, but simply because it was easier. The east-west orientation of Eurasia meant that crops could be transported to areas with similar climates more easily than in the north-south oriented Americas, where dramatic climate changes posed significant challenges. This principle of choosing the path of least resistance applies just as much to our personal habits as it does to global agricultural patterns. When we're trying to form a new habit, we're much more likely to succeed if we make it as easy as possible to perform. This isn't laziness, it's working with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them. For instance, if you're trying to start a habit of daily exercise, you're more likely to succeed with a modest goal of 1 push-up a day than with an ambitious plan of 100 push-ups. The energy barrier to doing 1 push-up is so low that it's hard to find an excuse not to do it. And once you've started, it's often easier to do a few more. On the other hand, the prospect of doing 100 push-ups can be so daunting that you're more likely to skip it entirely on days when you're tired or busy. This principle of making habits as easy as possible to start is incredibly powerful. It's not about lowering your standards or giving up on ambitious goals. Rather, it's about understanding that the hardest part of any habit is often just getting started. By lowering the initial energy requirement, you make it much more likely that you'll take that crucial first step. Moreover, starting small doesn't mean staying small. Once a habit is established, it can be gradually expanded. That 1 push-up can grow into a full workout routine over time. The key is to make the habit so easy at first that you can't say no. Another powerful strategy in habit formation is environment design. Our surroundings play a much larger role in our behavior than we often realize. By structuring our environment to make good habits easy and bad habits difficult, we can significantly increase our chances of success. For example, if you want to eat healthier, simply placing fruit in a visible, easily accessible place and hiding less healthy snacks can make a big difference. If you want to read more, leaving a book on your bedside table and charging your phone in another room can help. These small environmental tweaks reduce the friction for good habits and increase it for less desirable ones. It's also worth considering the role of technology in habit formation. While often blamed for creating bad habits, technology can be a powerful tool for building good ones when used mindfully. Apps that track habits, send reminders, or gamify the process can provide helpful external cues and motivation. However, it's important to remember that these are tools to support the fundamental process of repetition and ease, not replacements for it. As we strive to form new habits, it's crucial to maintain a balance between challenge and ease. While we want to make habits as easy as possible to start, we also need to ensure they remain engaging and meaningful. A habit that's too easy might not provide the sense of accomplishment or progress that keeps us motivated in the long term. This is where the concept of just manageable difficulty comes in. The idea is to set the bar just high enough to be challenging, but not so high that it becomes discouraging. This sweet spot will vary from person to person and may change over time as you progress. The key is to continually adjust, always staying just at the edge of your comfort zone. It's also important to remember that habit formation is not a linear process. There will be setbacks, days when the habit feels harder than usual, or times when progress seems to plateau. This is normal and doesn't indicate failure. In fact, these challenges are often where the most significant growth occurs. Each time you push through resistance, you're strengthening your habit even more than on the easy days. Patience and self-compassion are crucial throughout this process. Lasting change takes time, and beating yourself up over slip-ups or slow progress is counterproductive. Instead, view each attempt at your habit, successful or not, as valuable data. What made it easier on some days? What made it harder on others? This information can help you refine your approach and make your habit even more robust. Remember, too, that habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of the broader context of your life, interacting with your other behaviors, your environment, and your overall goals. Sometimes, struggling with a particular habit might be a sign that it's not aligned with your broader life direction. It's okay to reassess and adjust your habits as your life and priorities evolve. In conclusion, the key to successful habit formation lies in understanding and working with our brain's natural tendencies. By focusing on consistent repetition rather than arbitrary timelines, making habits as easy as possible to start, designing our environment to support our goals, and maintaining a balance between challenge and achievability, we can effectively rewire our brains and transform our behaviors. The process of habit formation is a powerful tool for personal growth and transformation. It allows us to automate positive behaviors, freeing up mental energy for other tasks and gradually steering our lives in the direction we choose.
Here. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A. One dead. Enemy spotted.
Spike planted.
You disappoint.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
What the fuck, bro?
Sheriff.
Go, bro. No time, bro. No time. Right side. Left side. Left side now.
Come on.
يناصر أمك القحبة يا بهيم.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
Mine right now.
إلا ندبون يمك يا القلاوي.
Enemy spotted A.
سيدنا محمد. ايش مالي؟ اللي تديرنا.
Concussing!
Here.
Flash out!
Last player standing.
55 Gecko. 55 Chandler. 55.
Spike planted.
Portal closed.
Let them try to get through me.
Reloading.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Enemy spotted B.
Chamber, come vivo.
Trevor!
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Oh, what?
Not you, bro.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Their jet is playing hard to get. All right, I'll play.
Hit them back.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Woo! We got this. My ult's ready.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Fight! Die. My ult's ready.
Spike down A.
Got him!
One enemy remaining.
They were not good. Spike spotted A.
Their crew got sloppy. Punish them.
Enemy spotted B.
The hunt begins.
Blinding!
Give me those back.
Blasting!
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
Gecko's gone.
My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
They had no right to do this.
Snack time! Sorry. Only brought enough for me.
Need a drop. Thank you. Need a drop.
I need a drop. Breach, buy for me, please. Breach. I need a drop. Buy for me, bro. Thanks. I need a drop.
You want to play? Let's play.
Thank you, Breach.
Enemy spotted A.
Dead.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Someone's in attacker spawn.
Flawless.
We ran right over them. They think they're so secure.
Enemy spotted mid.
It's A.
Headshot.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A. Kill them. My ult's ready.
Cutting their vision.
Concussing! Flash out! Clearing out!
No, Breach, no.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. Changing plans.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding. Need a drop.
Thank you. This is our home. Keep them out.
Trevor!
Sage. No one's Sage.
Back up. Reload.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
The rush.
I hate waiting. Let's do this!
Need a drop.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Thanks.
I need a drop. Jump them. Thanks.
No charges
left.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Decoy.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are
Fighters.
Need a drop.
Breach by, please. Breach by, please. Breach. Sage by, please.
Keep up.
Sage by, please.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted mid.
On here.
Blasting!
Spike planted.
Blinding!
Risk, bro. Control this.
Parasite.
Report Sage, please, for throwing. Yeah, I report. Just throwing.
Concussing!
One enemy remaining.
On site. No time. Rush.
It's A. Breach.
Last player standing. Clutch. Last round before the switch.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
Need a drop. Thank you. Need a drop. Thank you.
Let's go.
Need a drop.
Can you my ult's ready.
It's A.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Your duty is not over.
Of course you still need me.
Clearing out!
Last player standing.
Barrier created.
Switching sides.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Anyone has a sheriff skin, guys? Sheriff skin, maybe. Sage, do you have sheriff skin? No.
Oh, Breach, you can speak, Breach, huh? You can speak. Finally.
You look better than me.
Reloading.
Breach, fuck you. Fuck you, Breach.
Still in sight.
Enemy spotted.
Weapons
Weapons here.
Out of charges.
Gun here. Reloading.
Flash out.
Last player standing.
Three souls.
Wind. Show me where to go.
Please, wake up. Wake up. Good morning.
Reloading. Wall ready.
Enemy spotted
Stay down. Plant the spike.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
If you must fall, then fall near me.
Need a drop.
Try not to die.
Enemy spotted B.
I'll fight the down.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Last player standing. Spike down
Enemies in
mid.
attack cutting through.
Flawless.
I'll do my job, you do yours.
Reloading.
برو خاسرين برو بنخسروا بالاف سانك بالاف سيس بنم في نقطك مش نخسر.
Let's go. Enemy spotted A.
كل حاجة يا ريتش.
Blasting!
Hey there.
They will cover.
Last player standing. Match point.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Stay safe.
The hunt begins.
Cutting their vision.
Enemy spotted B.
Enemy spotted mid.
Spike down B.
Blinding.
Dusted.
I got the spike.
Last player standing. Defenders win. Match found. Choose your agent. Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
Wings! How are you, wee fella?
He has no idea what you just said.
Could I have a drop? Thank you.
There. Right there. There. See ya. There. Enemy spotted A.
Spike planted.
Blasting!
Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Reyna, the offer stands. Take whatever life you need from me. She deserves it. Could I have a drop? Thank you.
That Sova's mine.
Somebody there.
Forever! Clearing out!
Spike down A.
Refresh. Spotted A.
Flash out!
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Last player standing. Clutch.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it. Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
Concussing! No Gunday.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Enough.
Enemy spotted B.
Blinding. Forever. Flash out.
Last player standing.
My ult is ready. I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
I'm gonna save.
The hunt begins!
Enemy A.
Cutting their vision. Many enemies A.
Concussing.
Done.
Clearing out.
My ult.
Spike planted.
I shot some.
They will cower!
Reloading.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A. Back like I never left!
One enemy remaining.
I'm back. Good. Reloading.
Did you really expect that to work? Time for them to kneel.
I need a drop. Tuck, tuck.
Need a drop.
Could I have a drop? Let's do what we do.
Blasting! Blinding! Trevor!
Last player standing. Spike down B. Spike planted.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
Let's see how it goes. Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing. Flawless.
So, do we mix it up? Double down? Let's talk. I'm gonna save.
See you on the other side. Multiple enemies A. Someone's there. Target down.
Reloading.
Still in sight.
Right here.
Blasting!
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Reloading.
Be grateful I killed you quickly.
Yous don't get a reset button. So stay alive, please.
No prisoners. There.
Adios. My ult's ready.
They will cower. Enemy B. Enemy spotted mid.
You will not kill my allies!
Last player standing.
My ult is ready. This world hurt me. It's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Keep up.
Like I never left!
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Still in sight.
If you're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
I'm gonna save.
Guarding here. Blasting! Trevor! Flash out!
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Cutting their vision.
Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
Dream big, make it happen.
The hunt begins!
Get out of my way! Lock in sight.
Concussing!
Give me those back.
Spike down mid.
Clearing out!
Spike planted.
Trevor!
Last player standing.
You will not kill my allies!
Switching sides.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Right here.
Behind me.
Enemy spotted mid.
Dizzy's up top.
Reloading.
Concussing. Blinding. Plant the spike.
Reloading.
There.
Plant the spike, please.
Reloading. Your fault.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Up to go. Dizzy has target. Last player standing.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Down you go. Dropping smoke.
Up and away. It's all you, Mosh.
Right here. Gun here.
Pick the phone.
Right there.
No peeking.
Dizzy's up.
Blasting.
Plant the spike.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Reloading.
30 seconds left. Spike's sticky. Thanks, little man.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Last player standing. Match point.
Come on. Get me in the line of fire.
I will rip their hearts out.
Enemy spotted B.
Cut your
Block the sight. Reloading. Spike carrier is killed.
Spike down B.
Reload. Healer down. Dropping smoke.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
In sight. I have the spike. If I act superior, it's because I am. My ult ready.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead.
I need a drop. I need a drop.
There. Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there.
That's a kill.
Nailed him. My ult's ready.
Dropping smokes.
Watch this! Reloading.
Concussing.
Reloading. Last player standing. Defenders win.
The hunt begins.